Day 1 of 30. One more time. Okay. Somebody said finish the song? Nah, man, let's get to it, man. How many times have I heard that song? I done heard that song a million times. Somebody said, fuck YouTube, keep going. Now we gotta get to some topics and shit, man. We gotta, we gotta talk. We gotta talk. All right? We could play music anytime. We gotta talk to each other. All right. Okay. My phone is going bananas. The whole industry's hitting me. I will say, I've taken down a list. There's quite a few rappers who have hit me. They're excited too. They're excited. So, and no, they're not on the hater list. None of the people who are on the hater list, but like, other rappers who are just like, oh, they just enjoy what's up. Again, I'm experiencing this as a fan, so this is amazing. But anyway, welcome one and welcome all. Thank y'all for joining in to my Kick stream. That's also on YouTube and Rumble. The moment is upon us. The Iceman is here. Well, the release date is upon us. I told y'all to stay alert, and if you stayed alert, you would have, listen, maybe I'm just a bigger fan than y'all, and I guarantee I don't have no inside info. I would have told y'all already or leaked it. I've done some decoding. I've already, untangled a few webs. So I've kind of I think I'm ahead of the fray. But if y'all claim y'all are been waiting for the Iceman as much as I've been waiting, y'all probably got the same, decoding and deciphering as well. So I'll wait for my man, what's his name? What's the dirt? He probably give you guys a couple of hints. But a lot of things are happening. Drake done dropped a nuke in Toronto. He imported about, I'm hearing, several dozens of tons of ice to a random block. Everything is kind of close to but connected to City Hall. He was recording music at City Hall. He's reportedly doing music videos all over the city. People in Toronto are complaining that random streets are blocked for random different times, whether it's daytime or nighttime. And people are now all connected to the dots that this is all connected to Drake doing things in regards or related to his upcoming project, Iceman. Whether he's shooting a commercial, whether he's shooting an episode, we have no idea at this point. All we know is he's cooking up. The boy is cooking up. That's a good thing. We're going to give you as much as we do know. Recently, I seen the haters. They've become delusional. I've been telling y'all, I gave the advice to Drake and a select few others to stall fans out. And not really fans, but stall haters out. I think that this year in music, it's very uneventful. There's not much to look forward to. So you get haters really even, having to or being forced to anticipate the people they hate's music, right? And the way you get those people to kind of to finally submit, you got to stall them out. So that's been my advice. And I think it's kind of worked. I think over the last 2 years, I've seen some of the biggest Drake despisers, people who called him a cancer, people who said everything he drops is trash, people who said that, they're glad that they got him out the culture. They're the ones that's now eagerly trying to predict what's going to be on Iceman, predict when Iceman's coming, or they're just flat out saying they can't wait for the motherfucking album. So a lot to talk about, a lot to discuss. Again, I'm still in, if you guys are wondering, I'm in the fan seat here. But I will give you as much as what is credible, what is not credible. For certain things, I feel like I would know it. There's only a few people who actually speak directly to Drake that are influencers. I'm not saying period. That are influencers or people who might be talking heads. Unfortunately, the majority of hip hop media these days, they've made their side. I remember this one thing. I'll give you a little story. When I went to Mar-a-Lago and I was with Donald Trump Jr. That's the son of Donald Trump, the president. And I'm there, and his wife, or his wife at the time, I think she was also married to Gavin Newsom at a point. But his wife, her name was Kimberly. She was super excited. All she knew about me, she was like, "Oh, that's the rap guy." Oh, okay, so acts like the rap guy. Yeah, I'm the rap guy. Donald Trump Jr. knew a little bit more, and obviously, shout out to my man from Rumble, Chris. He hooked that up that I could even go to Mar-a-Lago in the first place. But I remember Donald Trump Jr.'s wife. She was like, "Oh man," she was like, "Hey." Because at that time, I can't remember what year this was, but it was still about Kendrick and Drake, right? I mean, it's still about Kendrick and Drake. She was like, you know what? She's like, Kendrick Lamar actually sampled me. And apparently, like, Kendrick, either a Coachella or something like that, used her on Fox News and whatever. It was really interesting. They didn't know too much about it, but they did ask me for a simplification of what the battle or the beef was about. Like, what's going on in this hip-hop world. I gave them an example, and they knew my status in terms of hip hop media and whatever. And I remember he said one thing very, very important to me. He says, in a very, I think this epitomizes the idea of just even Trump. He says to me, Ack, he says, you're the only media person anybody knows that's covering hip hop. We don't know these other guys. I think he did know Charlamagne, though. But he's like, listen, he said to me, he says, throughout this process, I don't know where you fall on whatever, but make sure you play Kingmaker. And you guys might not know what that is. But it's basically saying, make sure you're rocking with the winner. Okay? And the winner is not winner of the battle. The winner is who wins in all of this, because in terms of the media, the person who's going to end up at the top of all of this is going to be the person who dictates and is intuitively tied to all this nonsense going on. I took that and I listened. I thought he gave great advice. I said all that to say, 2 years later, and every other media nigga I've been talking about, irrelevant. That's all I said all that to say that. I'm like, everybody else we were talking about like 2 years ago, flat out irrelevant. Fired. Niggas is like, niggas is done. You know what I mean? And I thought about it, and, a simple-minded person would say, well, man, the battle this and the battle that. There's only one media personality. Well, actually, I'd say two. I think me and Joe. There's only two people that really benefited from this. And 2 years later, when it came to, quote-unquote, playing Kingmaker, as the son of the president said, I think I did all right, man. Anyway, we're here again. This week's going to be an important week. The next couple weeks is going to be an important week, if you ask me. And again, this is only from me. This is not an official. I know a lot of people want to say that Drake has, programmed me to say certain stuff. No, I'm excited like a fan. Go back and listen to anytime Drake has ever dropped an album. I'm really excited. That's my cup of tea. I was really excited about Cardi's drop. I'm a fan of Cardi as well. But there's nobody else in hip-hop that I'm more of a fan of than Drake. It's imminent to me, or it's clear to me that the album is imminent. I might have to go on college and open up a market real quick in a bit, but it appears that if I, and I am a betting man, I would believe it's coming out within weeks. And I would probably say less than a month. But you never know, it could be a couple days. It's fluid at this point. I say that with just, analyzing how things are moving. Drake saying that he turned something in. We don't know to who. Most educated people might think, oh, no, he's talking about to his label, but it might not be that, right? Him and his label doesn't have the best relationship. He might want to wait till the last very moment to turn that in. I am very impressed by Drake taking the time before the announcement, right, which I believe we're going to get at some point, maybe even during the stream, to actually get his ducks in order. What does that mean? He is, starting to get his visuals, together. Get his visuals together. He seems to have a plan. And these things might seem to y'all like, okay, all right, you're just dick riding now. No. If you've known Drake in his history, I've always said, like, it didn't feel like this was this is number one artist in the game. It never felt like he was doing, like, over-the-top stuff that was super planned to roll out an album. When you have to file all these permits, get streets locked down, have construction crews, you're with a tight window, this is extreme planning. This is, of course, you could tell, a meticulous movement to try to get, a little bit of awareness and also excitement for the album. And I respect that. I've always respected when an artist does that. And by the way, this isn't, I know we're like in this time where it's like politics. This isn't just with Drake. I love when Kendrick did it too. Kendrick, remember when there was a thing where Kendrick like was walking over the water? We saw random, he was popping up in places. He was getting ready for a project rollout. I like that too. You know what I mean? I think, the idea that artists don't promote their projects, that shit is done, I think. I like when artists show that they're putting a lot of effort into presenting it, because to me, that's the only way people won't forget it really quickly, right? When it kind of comes across like you just threw some shit out, well, all right, they're going to throw it back to the fucking recycle bin in a couple weeks when something else new comes out. Also, Kanye doesn't admit, Kanye's rollouts are always like great, but like very eclectic and creative. So, if you ask me, this is Drake's first rollout, like rollout. I really want to say in over 10 years. I mean, you could say Scorpion, but I would probably say with Scorpion that, what do you do with Scorpion? There was some type of like kind of a rollout with Scorpion. It didn't feel like this. Anyway, we'll get into it. We could have these arguments all day about what's mostly anticipated, what's what, what's this, what's that. It's clear, and all signs are pointing to this. Quote me, print it, clip it. This is not a test. Do not adjust your speakers. Do not adjust your goddamn iPhone or whatever you're watching this on. This is real, okay? There's no more teasers. There's no more, we're kind of, this is for real. So whatever's going to happen, I believe is going to happen. I don't want to say necessarily quickly, but I think the show is going to start. Okay? What do I call the show? I think the show is going to be us seeing what he's been actually working on. I shared a couple tidbits of what happened or conversations I did have with Drake, and I'll bring those back up again. A lot of people keep asking, is he going to do another episode? Has he got music videos, or what's going to happen? And I also see people who are, maybe they're haters, or maybe they're just like asking what's going on. Yo, is he testing stuff, right? Like, is he throwing out teasers? Is he trying to see what's hot? Can he not find whatever? I gave you an explanation from a conversation I did have with him when it came to the first couple episodes. He said, hey, listen, most of those were kind of older songs that he played. It wasn't really a preview. He started doing the episodes, but he's on tour. Remember, he did a European tour. And not being able to lock in the studio, really create new materials. He had a lot of material from some Sexy Songs For You era that he kind of worked it in there while, he could get that tour thing done and really lock in. So if you ask me, and we saw a lot of leaks too, those leaks are coming from an era of him, of course, being in the studio, but he's also actively cooking up some Sexy Songs For You, right? So I think, to be honest, we haven't heard what I believe is going to be Iceman. I'm not going to say none of those old songs might be on Iceman, but there's a post him on tour cook-up. That's when he went dark. That's when he stopped putting out episodes. That's when he did a whole cook-up. And that cook-up is, I would imagine, going to be represented heavily on Iceman. What's that? I don't know, because I haven't heard it. Okay? No need to lie. I just haven't heard it. Okay? Also, yeah, I haven't heard it. Anyway. Let me see. Somebody says 7 tons of ice takes 2 weeks to melt. Okay. This guy's like a physicist now. Okay, perfect. How'd you do that calculation? All right, everybody's kind of like getting it in, trying to figure out what's what. All right, I'll give you a little bit of, oh my God, there's so much stuff. So much stuff. Okay, all right. Let me start showing you some of the imagery that kind of came down recently. And the first thing started with, I think you guys saw the explosion. There was an explosion, which was supposedly a controlled explosion that happened in Toronto. Here it is. If I could open it right here. So this is the explosion. Happened in Toronto. Wow. Kind of interesting because it's clearly not a firework, but apparently it's what they call a controlled explosion. There was multiple things to tell the people in town what it was about, and they basically claimed that, hey, listen, they had warned the residents saying, hey, listen, there's going to be an explosion at around a certain time. And yes, it's that set up and that organized. But it alerted people that this explosion would be controlled. And I think they put up notices that, hey, this is a part of a shoot. They were calling it Project Bot. Okay, let me see. Okay, so that's explosion, and then apparently this was the thing that was being posted all around. It says filming notification, Project Bot, which the delivery date was April 12th and the 13th. So that's about like almost a week ago. So we'll be filming exterior scenes involving a pyrotechnic SPFX in the area behind this building. And it's going to be happening on the 16th between the hours of 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. the next day. It will be occurring after 6 p.m. and should be completed by 10. The associated dates are, this is the prep date, and this would be the wrap date, okay? Which is interesting. So our production vehicles and various da-da-da. Okay, so we'll be parking on blah, 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 blah. Okay, so you can tell this is high-level production. And what this is giving me a little bit of thought in is that when Drake did do the when he started doing the episodes, it did like, it's a live stream, but it did look really well produced, right? Like they got cameras that they were switching to in the truck. They had camera. It didn't feel like there was a camera guy walking with them. It just felt like it was, well, maybe at times, but like it felt like it was really sequenced. They were able to control the scenery, that even if he was walking down the street, it wasn't people just running up and like fucking it up. It was really organized, which that told me that the production did a lot. Okay. They also said for that particular situation, all the filming was done under the authority and approval of the City of Toronto Film, Television, and Digital Media Office. And it talked about traffic and other things like that. So this is something that Toronto's government pretty much is signing off on. But it's called Project Bot. Now, I'm pretty sure that's like a colloquial to kind of like, you know, get people like interested. But this is how it looked from like way over you know, across the city, which I'm not going to lie to you. This would spook me out, especially given all the news we've heard about, for example, what's going on in Iran or like Israel. Like shit, if I lived in any type of civilized country, or you live in, you know, downtown Toronto or anywhere where it's, you know, you're not expecting that, to see some type of explosion like that, oh hell nah. Oh hell nah. Anyway, Drake did post this, and he I guess he was probably trying to make sure there wasn't too much backlash about it, but he says Toronto explosion live, sky turns orange after blast like a nuke near Downs View Airport. Okay. So there it goes. All right. So that pretty much happened. We only have one video of that, though, which is kind of interesting. Oh, is this a closer video? Damn, this looks intense, huh? Fucking tense. All right. So that happened. And then in the last 2 days, we've seen a lot more other movements happening. And these other movements was, first and foremost, Drake took to his Instagram and he posted a picture of this with a bunch of, you know, like blocks of ice. And, you know, now that we're seeing this rollout, I'm starting to think of it differently. But he said it's in, right? Now, I'm starting to think it's in means I think the release date is like inside a block of ice. That's what I personally believe. They've put it in a block of ice or underneath a block of ice or something of the sort. I don't know. It has to be something of the sort. So because here's the thing. People are thinking Drake saying it's in means he turned in the album. However, this is in gray. That means someone texted Drake that, but they texted him with a picture to say it's in, is most likely saying the release date, like whatever activation, is in the ice. Okay? After we see that, After we see that, we then later see a bunch of videos where it shows blocks of ice being put together by construction workers in a location. And Drake supposedly is on scene with a couple of individuals, but it's a working site as of like last night or the night before. Okay. Here's some pictures. Okay. There we go. I will say though, there's a tint of like blue with the ice. It's not just like colorless, like, you know, like water would normally be when frozen. It's like a little bit tinted like blue. I'm wondering if that's deliberate, right? Okay, so that happened, and there were some more videos. People said this is Drake right here, which number one, yeah, it is Drake. And people noticed, I don't know if you can see, he's wearing a Green Bay Packers jersey. And some people said that was him taking a shot at a Green Bay Packer player who supposedly was going by the name Iceman as well. That's what somebody said. Or not Green Bay. Oh, never mind. This was the Bears QB. Never mind. Okay. It said the Bears QB. Is it him? I thought it was a Packer player. Might be tripping. Okay. Obviously, people are speculating why he's wearing that. Is he taking shots at this player? They're claiming the player was jacking that he's the Iceman. You know what I'm saying? Drake saw Bears fans trying to nickname their quarterback Iceman, so he had to throw on that Packers gear. Okay. I'm not too sure if that's the reason. Also, somebody pretty much, I've seen some theories. Some people say, well, Green Bay played in the Ice Bowl. So there was an Ice Bowl. In 1967, Green Bay Packers played in and won in the infamous Ice Bowl, okay? And people were trying to figure out if that had anything to do with the date, except that particular game was played on December 31st. So people are hoping that's not the date, right? Like, you know what I mean? You're hoping that if maybe that was a quote-unquote hint to the date, he's not really dropping on December 31st if he was trying to, like, pay some homage to the Ice Bowl that the Green Bay Packers played in 1967. So some people feel like, no, that's not what it is, right? But who knows, right? Who knows, right? Drake was seen downtown wearing a Packers jacket and shooting a music video. It's a clear shot at Caleb Williams for taking the Iceman nickname. Like, who's this Caleb Williams guy? I don't even know this guy. Caleb Williams, Iceman. Let's see what he said.
It's funny because I didn't know. My dad probably knows his nickname was that. But between me and George.
Wait, his dad is George Gervin? Oh, no, Drake can't diss him for calling himself Iceman. Like, George Gervin, that's his name. George Gervin's nickname is Iceman. Yeah, his nickname is the Iceman. Like, he's a legendary basketball player. Is his son Caleb Williams? Let me see. George Gervin's son. No, it ain't, nigga. What the fuck? Wait, what is this nigga talking about? Is that what?
It's funny because I didn't know. My dad probably knows his nickname was that. But between me and George.
Oh, you saying his dad was called what?
Or anything like that. It's more or less people making clothing or people making things like that, and I can't control what people are making of me.
Oh, so he's George Gervin's not his dad, but I guess he's saying his dad was also called Iceman. Anyway,
or anything like that, and putting the name on it, and so it's just to control that aspect of it. That was the main reason of doing it. At first, I didn't per se like the nickname. I thought there was cooler nicknames, and then it all kind of came together. My teammates gave me the name. My teammates started calling me it around the facility and things like that, and I just kind of let it fester and let it become what it is now. And I've actually earned a liking of the name, and so you know, I wanted to trademark it. I'm trying to do that just to make sure that we can control what's being made and put out about me using that name. And it's all respect
Okay.
to George. I did
Okay, so he's thinking about the name Iceman in respect to George Gervin, not actually even Drake. So I don't know why people would think that Drake would feel offended.
know personally, and I understand, you know, maybe what he's trying to do. We haven't talked, him and I, and we may talk at some point, but it was nothing between George and I. And like I said, I didn't know it's the right fit, right nickname. And I think it fits. You know, Chicago is freaking frigid.
Oh, and this guy plays for Chicago, not Green Bay. Who did Green Bay play in the Green Bay Ice Bowl? Who did they play? Did they play the Bears? No, they played the Cowboys. What the fuck? Yeah, they played the Cowboys. Right? Yeah, they played the Cowboys. So okay, so whoever who said that to me was completely wrong. Yeah, so most likely Drake isn't taking a shot at somebody. Okay. So a lot of videos have came out. Drake is there chilling. Some more videos came out later, including the setup of this whole thing. Here we go. And do you see, like, there's kind of like a blue tint to the ice, or maybe that's how ice looks, like stacked against each other. I don't know. Okay. This is tons of ice. Now, the interesting point about everything is, what is the temperature in Toronto, Canada right now? It's 39 degrees, which is it's probably good for the ice. Obviously, it would be better if it was below 32 if they wanted to maintain it. But, you know, it's not like it's 70. Like, the temperature on the East Coast is kind of drastically dropped randomly to the point that people think that Drake's using like some harp type of stuff. I don't know if you guys know what that is. It's like weather control stuff. Well, people accuse governments of having it. Yeah, so yeah, basically it's gonna be 32 degrees tonight, and if you look at everything else, look like it's not gonna really pass 60. So, you know, I see some people trying to calculate on a physics level how long this ice is going to last, given the fact that there's friction, there's ice among ice, there is still extra stuff you could think about with the atmosphere, and all those things combined. At some point, the ice will melt, given the fact that the average temperature, even the high, will exceed what the freezing point is. So if people are saying, oh, we're going to wait until the ice melts, a couple tons of ice, right? Could take a while. But this is how it looks. Okay, and that's the look of it right there. Now, everyone's like pulling up. This is a scene in Toronto right now. Yeah, is it me, or like the ice does look like they put like a tint of blue in it, or somehow they have kind of created the tint of blue to make it kind of stick out a little bit more, right? Anyway, I seen there was a streamer who supposedly got, you know, I guess, you know, by the way, Drake also had tweeted this out saying the release date is inside. And obviously this is the location to this. There's a streamer that pulled up, and apparently, look,
Honest.
it's a Twitch streamer, Big Mon Roth, was gifted OVO clothing from Drake Assistance because he's one of the first streamers who pulled up to the block of ice. Also, they're saying Drake donated him $5,000.
Oh my God. Shit.
Thank you.
Yo, that's Drake's assistant? Holy. Okay, Drizzy.
Thank you.
This is real life.
She just gave him
Wait, that was Aura.
OVO.
Wait, that was Aura. She just walked, dropped it off, and just...
What the fuck?
God.
What the?
No, you gotta see what's inside.
Wait. We're not seeing here. We can't.
So, I like this. I do like this. And I think this is a good way to get stuff interactive. And it kind of does remind me in a way of what J. Cole did at first, right? Before he dragged it. Like, it's one thing, like, you want to get your fans excited. You want to be interactive, right? Like, J. Cole was just popping out regularly, like in a hoodie, chopping it up with niggas. I thought that was cool. Everybody knows my critique with J. Cole and his album Rollout. Once I saw the nigga in the fucking, Civic, like every fucking day, I'm like, all right, bro, you're dragging it. But I thought at first it was really dope because he was really giving his fans a chance to really, like, feel like it's back in the day and he's not, like, one of the biggest artists in the world. So I think this is what this is, too. Like, Drake is kind of having these activations that his actual fans could activate, be outside, be a part of it, feel like they're part of a rollout. And I like it. Let me see. Apparently this is when apparently Drake, so Aiden is watching his stream, this kid, and he sends the stream to Drake, and Drake like fucking gifts this kid some money or something. Here we go.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
100, bro.
I'm gonna kiss the wall.
Bro, you don't gotta keep kissing the fucking wall.
Make out with it.
I'm gonna kiss the wall again. Kiss the wall again. We did it. We did it.
BMR.
We did it. Chat, I wasn't even supposed to go here today. This shit was an hour drive away from me, bro. I wasn't even supposed to go here today, bro. Oh my god.
Okay.
Yep. I licked the wall and I kissed the wall. And what? I licked the wall and Drake pulling up. Oh my god, Drake pulling up.
God, I thought Drake was there.
Wait. What do you mean Drake coming? Sending Drake to you, Aiden Ross. Aiden Ross. Don't play with me, bro. He playing with me. No. Oh my god. Put it on guard. Drake,
There he is.
Stay on guard.
Two-tone Iceman?
Two-tone Iceman.
Oh. Drake started gifting him a bunch of subs. Oh, shit.
Hey!
That's a real Drake.
Drake.
Yo.
Drake with 200. Drake, we locked into it.
That's awesome, bro. W Drake in the chat, bro.
Hey, send another, please. Send another, please. For the city. No one else is doing.
You can tell his homeboy ready to pull shiesty him. Like, send another, Crody. I'm robbing this nigga later.
Bro, look at this rich fuck try to out-gift me, bro.
Drake with the 200.
I ain't gonna lie, nah, he got it. He gonna win. Iceman gonna always win, bro.
Drake.
Dude, leave me the fuck alone. I'm not gifting, bro. No.
Six God. Aiden said he was gonna send Drake to me. He did.
Damn. Okay.
Drake, just stop.
Stay on guard.
Two-tone Iceman?
Two-tone Iceman.
Okay. Anyway. No. Kind of a dope moment. I think people is trying to figure out what's going on. I do think that this is accomplishing exactly what Drake needs in terms of, I think everybody is anticipating the album already, right? So I know some people are like, oh, no, he's desperately trying to get attention. No. I think this is a way to get his fans activated. One thing I did realize about Drake, and, Drake fans only activate in times of war, like when they feel he's attacked. It's kind of like, I think it's like chat niggas. Like, chat niggas will sit here, like, we'll all joke on each other type shit, but, like, if y'all feel like there's an outside threat and they're getting at, what we've built, I always see you guys activate. And I think that's the thing with Drake fans, too. They activated during the battle with Meek. They activate with Pusha T. They activate with Kendrick. And I think now, he's trying to find that way to activate them, but on a good way, on some like, yo, bro, this is our time. This is our shit. And I fuck with y'all for fucking with me. right? And I think that's dope. Like when you're interacting with your fans. You know, I spoke to Cardi B, and I said the same thing to her. I'm like, what you did, I like that you did it. Her rollout was good. She interacted with her fans, right? J. Cole, until he start beating the fucking Civic to death, I like what he did. Interacting with his fans, really making, like, you know, this is a long journey for these artists. And I think I like what Drake's doing too. Definitely like what Drake is doing too. So it appears that the time is upon us. I'm guessing we're supposed to say that the ice is in one of these or below this. I don't know. What are we supposed to make of this shit, chat? Huh. He did post this, and he says, release date inside 81 Bond Street, downtown Toronto. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. That is interesting. I guess we're kind of all waiting. Now, again, I literally do believe that this means that the album is coming anywhere from days to a week or a few weeks. I would, like, at this point, I would start ruling out that it's months away. I would rule that out. And that's just from how I'm seeing him ramping it up. I think he's also making it a situation where publicly people could get involved. And I don't think you do that unless you're at the point, right? Because he could have popped up there, shot a music video, and then just laid low. Like he's kind of like ramping things up. And I don't know what he has planned next, but it's clear that it's imminent. That's all I can say. It's very clear that it's imminent. Anything else that you guys have seen popped up with like OVO and shit like that? It's like Kirko has tweeted something. What has he tweeted? Let's see. Drake received a custom Iceman briefcase with what appeared to be from Nazir Jewelry. Yeah, I seen that too. That person sent it to me. Yeah, I couldn't tell if it was official though. That's the only thing with Drake shit. Sometimes like, yeah, Nazir. Yeah, well, he looks legit, right? He's from Mississauga. Yeah, he DM'd me this and he just put the owl logo and the ice thing. And this is where it is. It says Iceman. Look like this could be for an iPhone. And this could be for a flash drive, right? Legacy belongs to those who create. Designed exclusively for Drake. Legacy through artistry. Okay. All right. A little bit cryptic, but I think we're getting it here. We're getting it here, chat. I just want to watch the show, man. What's going to happen? Now, obviously, I think we were, despite, the block of ice, we see explosions. We want to hear how the music is sounding, right? That's the thing we're most eager for. But we got to be honest and enjoy the presentation. I think the presentation is telling us how important this album is to Drake. Okay. Anything else? Okay, yeah, this. Yo, how is this news? Yo. So academics claims he could melt the ice structure in 90 minutes tops. Oh man. Yo, the replies under here are like Oh shit. Yo, they got the Fortnite joint. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What's that frozen spot in Fortnite called right now? Somebody tell him it's ice, not ice cream. Somebody said he's gonna lay on it. His body fat gonna melt the ice. Okay. Yo, some of these people are gay as hell. He's gonna use his booty hole to do it. Oh, yo, this is gay as hell. Anyway, it's all good, all in good fun. All right, yo, I'm excited. I'm excited. I think I have a sneaky suspicion that by the end of the day we're gonna get something. No more teasers. It's time now. No more teasers. It's time now. Ooh. I really kind of feel like we're going to see something. Something's going to happen today. A crowd has formed. Okay. We're going to have to see, man. That's going to be interesting. Now, a lot of people, I think, Drake has kept this Iceman rollout close to the chest. I seen even Yachty get asked about Iceman, and Yachty was really tapped in with was it For All the Dogs or Her Loss? I think it was For All the Dogs, right? He was really tapped in, and this time it looked like he's out of the loop with me.
Anything you can tell us about Iceman?
Actually, bro, it's gonna be as much as a surprise to you as it's gonna be to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you done anything with it or no? No.
Nah, I'm waiting for it just like you.
Anything you can tell us about Iceman?
Y'all niggas have scared Yachty off. I think Yachty's an amazing artist. I thought him and Drake did some good work. I think people unnecessarily hate on some of the stuff they did, and they try to blame Yachty for certain stuff. But I will say, Yachty is I thought Yachty was a good collaborator with Drake. So I'll definitely say that. All right. What else? What else is going on? Let me know any other updates that's public. Again, at this point, anyone claiming they have these insider info is no need to have insider info when the guy is basically rolling it out. You know what I mean? Pause, like extra pause. He's clearly doing his thing. Shout out to my man, Cousin Tino. Look like he's doing some math on this. He says, well, Drake's icebox installation, how long would it last? Around 41 degrees Fahrenheit or 5 degrees Celsius. He said that this is a massive structure. Just like Drake's icebox installation in Toronto, it wouldn't melt quickly in cooler temperatures. At 41 degrees Fahrenheit, the process would slow down. Why would it slow down so much? Thermal mass. Hundreds of ice blocks equal coal reserve, low surface exposure. Big structures melt slower than small pieces, and the self-cooling effect. Melting outer layers chill the surrounding air, creating a mini refrigerated zone. And the estimated melting time, he claims, would be fine details fade, would be 4 to 6. So the edges soften, lose sharpness. For the structure to weaken or possibly collapse in certain areas, 2 to 4 days. And to be fully melted, it could be 7 to 14 days. Melt rate around its temperature around 0.5 inches per day for dense ice, much slower than. Okay, cool. All right. So people are doing their math. This is a really extreme thing. By the way, he posted on his burner account. Said during 3 days, about 20 rectangular enclosures of blocks of ice measuring 30 feet long, 10 wide, and high are built throughout the city. Their walls are unbroken. They are left to melt. Huh. Drake's plot twist account posted about a happening by Alan Capro in 2024. Capro was an artist famous for happenings, temporary interactive performance art. In a famous 1967 piece called Fluids, he had volunteers build massive enclosures entirely out of large blocks of ice in public spaces, which was left to melt. Could there be a parallel with Drake's ice structure? Let's look that up. Alan Capro's, and it was called Fluids. Oh, okay, here we go. He did this in Pasadena.
Art as Life, which was
Here we go.
in conjunction with the exhibition.
During 3 days, about 28 rectangular. Okay. Let's hear this.
In conjunction with the exhibition Alan Capro, Art as Life, which was organized by MoCA, on Friday, April 25th, 2008, the Armory Center for the Arts recreated Alan Capro's famous 1967 happening called Fluids. This took place in Memorial Park across the street from the Armory Center for the Arts in Pasadena, California. The recreation was organized by LACMA and occurred in 10 locations throughout Southern California. Fluids was first realized 41 years earlier at Capro's exhibition at the Pasadena Art Museum.
Okay. I'm trying to get the point of this.
I'm gonna break the whole front of it, so that would be me. A little too adrenalized and screw the whole thing out.
Is this where Drake got the idea?
A little squirrely. Yeah, I can hear what those ladders about now, huh? Ladders.
Yeah, certainly.
Getting it
up here. One layer on.
Like that,
and then you use the ladders.
Soft and wet. Like it.
You can keep it from falling in. Yeah.
Tears.
What happened when his thing melted? Yeah, what happened when his thing melted?
So Keith, what are you doing right now?
It'd be nice.
Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing, like, I get it. Maybe this is a inspiration. I'm not seeing maybe the next part of what happens when it melts. Oh, okay. Fluids the morning after. But remember, this was in California, so California is going to be at least like 80 degrees, right? So this could be like some like ticking time bomb shit, you know? But in the sense of, it's like an hourglass. Maybe the album, you get the album when the ice is completely melted. I wonder how that works as well, because it's so much ice that Drake has put there. It's almost to the point where, I don't know if it's melting all at the same rate, which, you know, if you know some type of physics, it probably won't. It's going to be different forms of it melting at certain times. But if it did melt at the same rate all around, this could potentially cause, I'm not saying like a flood, but it's water. Like, this is water. You know what I mean? It could cause, I'm not sure how the drainage system is around there. So I would imagine the city and everybody else is probably thinking about that, right? What about a live stream of the ice melting, then release the date and a teaser soundtrack at the end, like what you did on Iceman 2? What?
Yes. Appreciate everybody.
Los,
Thank you, bro.
I'm streaming. You on vacation?
Yeah, I'm in California. What up?
You want to come? You want to pull up to this Toronto shit? The ice wall.
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. What you talking about, bro?
Well, I'm gonna call you off stream, but would you actually be down?
Yo, any type of Drake, Iceman, anything where I'm in.
All right. I'm gonna literally call Drake off stream, and I'm gonna call you off stream. I'm gonna end a little bit, and I'll call you. Okay? Los, call me. Los.
Yes. Appreciate everybody.
Oh, he's gonna go see the ice. I mean, if y'all go see the ice, y'all gotta go get the date. That's the point. If you go see the ice, you gotta get the date. I'm telling you. Oh, they're saying this is it right here. Ah, it makes sense now. The date is here. The date is right here, chat. The date is there. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. All right. Anything else that comes up, let me know, chat. Again, the time for talking is kind of like, you know, it's kind of over. The time for talking is over. Okay. All right. Really quickly, I just seen this. We are going to keep going back and forth to the Drake stuff. I do believe there's going to be much more information to come. This is, if you ask me, I think Drake has pressed the start button. And I think that he has a bunch of well-timed things that are going to occur to keep everybody entertained until he delivers either an album release date, a track list, or the album. So I think he's pressed start already. So I don't think he's gonna like fall back, be like, oh, now I just wanted to do one thing. I think this is all a very well thought out. He hit play. He knows how long the ice is gonna take. He's gonna show up and do something or have something else happen, and it's gonna be like bang, 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 bang. If you ask me, Boosie's now previewing his interview that supposedly he did by himself. Boosie did an interview, and apparently it's his kids interviewing him or something. Remember, he's on strike from Vlad. And let's see the preview. He says the interview's dropping on Patreon on Friday, 2 p.m. It's the part 1. He's going to be talking about Young Thug, Gucci, Shiesty, Kodak, Stalker, Pardon Status, Boosie Bash, Life on Probation, and more. It says follow him now on Patreon. Okay. All righty then. Let me see. Is this something possibly? Okay. No. All right. I thought maybe it was partnered with Patreon. They were going to like show him some support there. Let's get a little snippet of what Boosie's interview is going to be.
Gucci and Pooh Shiesty. They pretty much being pretty hard on Guwap right now, and we just want to know how you feel about it.
Gucci shouldn't have told shit. He should not identify them for shit. You know what he should have said when they came in this bitch?
Gucci and Pooh Shiesty. They pretty much being pretty hard on
Okay. So we have Black Vlad interviewing him. I thought it was going to be the kids, but it looked like he may have got someone who could ask some questions. I'll be quick and kind of give my opinion about this. We love Boosie's interviews. And by the way, I'm going to address Boosie also did like 2 videos where he mentioned me, and you know, he said I hated him, which like to me it sounded absurd. Like, but whatever, I'm going to address it in a second. But Boosie doing this interview, I'm glad he is putting out on Patreon. We all love Boosie's interviews, right? And I think if Boosie relies on the culture and be like, hey, listen, yo, y'all should support me that I could see another way of doing this stuff, maybe it works for him. But I'm going to be honest with you, it's tough to do a piece of content for 2 hours and get paid $25,000. Or get paid more than $25,000 on your own. Remember, he wanted $35,000. So the goal would be, you know, at least $35,000, given the fact that he also has to accrue expenses that would include cameraman, the interviewer, editing and all these other things. So it's possible that he would probably need to clear, I don't know, let's say 40, 45,000 via this Patreon thing to kind of make this make sense, or probably say, hey, listen, I actually won and it's worth not doing it on Vlad. It's better doing it by myself. Now, it's completely possible, right? This is not a thing where he has to get that money in the first week. If he leaves it up on his Patreon, he builds up a catalog, a content piece. And that's my only problem with this Boosie thing. I hate when people, like, you can't create leverage. You've established no market for yourself. And I hate to compare Boosie to, like, these type of guys, because these guys are really like bums to me. Like Ruri and Millie Mall. I always thought they were stupid to try to negotiate with Joe when they never did a podcast outside of Joe. They were on Joe's podcast. Joe basically established the market for them, and Joe was he was negotiating against himself. Which at a certain point, you got to put your foot down and say, yeah, I'm not giving you that. What you gonna do? You gonna get it from somewhere else? Clearly, Ruri and Millie Mall couldn't get that. And clearly with Boosie, if Boosie had a bunch of other offers for $35K, again, I'm just talking business here. Boosie would have just went over there. Instead, Boosie's like, I'm gonna do it myself. Here's the thing, and here's the kicker. You could have been doing it yourself. Right? You could have been doing it yourself, because the road to being an entrepreneur and developing content and having a platform, to me, is going to be worthless if you do this one time and you run right back to Vlad. If I'm you, I would never do this unless I'm going to be dedicated to doing this every month, which means it's not about you going back to Vlad, but every time you go do an interview with Vlad, you should do an interview by yourself. And that's the problem with people like Boosie. They wait until they are turned down from the soup line. Like, it's like a soup kitchen. When they get turned down for seconds, now they're like, we're going to build our own kitchen. No, you should have been started that. Right? And sometimes it's too late in the game. Like a couple years ago, a Boosie interview was like the hottest thing possible, because he was one of the only person with charisma, a former artist, a street nigga that knew how to talk, not indict himself, kind of give a real nigga perspective. He was a really unique person. These days, you have all the street dudes that they're trying to do interviews, trying to be Boosie. Not saying they're trying to be Boosie, but they fit that Boosie role. The Manos, the Tony Yayos. There's just a shit ton of them, right? Anyway, I do wish him luck, but I will say this: if he just did this as a test case and he goes back on Vlad in 2 months, I think it's stupid. You know why? Vlad was paying you $25,000 every month. You went on strike since October. So you missed out on about, like, let's say 6 paychecks, right? 6 paychecks, $150,000. You missed out on. You didn't have to do nothing. All you have to do is wake up. Vlad would fly to you, bring the camera crew. All you got to do is give him 2 hours. $150,000. And if, let's say, even if he makes, I don't know, let's say he makes $15,000. But if he quits, or he says, all right, you know what? Well, I'm going back to Vlad. Bro, you just wasted time. Like, you just basically cut your nose off to spite your face. And Vlad's going to notice that. Vlad's going to realize, yo, this guy tried it on his own. He couldn't do it. You know what I mean? Honestly, like, Vlad loves Boosie, but Vlad probably at that point could give you, could lower your rate. Nigga, you're only getting 20 now. So that's my thing. I like that Boosie's kind of doing his own content. But Boosie can't do his content trying to leverage Vlad. You got to do your content, believing in your content. You now doing content saying you're doing your own interviews. You should, your mentality should be, I'm done giving other niggas the interviews to monetize in perpetuity. I'm going to do it. But this doesn't feel like that. This feels like, oh, I'm going to go run up a bag that I could go leverage Vlad back, that I could go back. And I'm like, why leave then? You left a lot of money on the table just to prove a silly point? Anyway, that's my opinion. But, how does this interview look? I don't know. See, Boosie has a lot to learn too. You see, when it comes to like promotion, Vlad has mastered this. You got to know how to promote your interview. Like, yeah, you gave 16 seconds. We need a minute of you going in on Gucci. Man, Gucci's a sucker. I was around that nigga Gucci. I was in da-da-da-da-da. Man, Gucci, you really let me, like, a real solid clip, and you like, damn, I gotta go see this. Right? Like, when I drop the clip, this is where content creators, where people always, you think that, oh, Vlad is just the police, or you actually ignore that people who run a platform, whether Sean Cotton, me, Adam, or anyone else, like, this is what we do for a living. We're gonna get that 1 minute of content to promote the whole thing. It's gonna be the thing that catches you hook, line, and sinker, right? Like, shit, like, when I had the 6ix9ine interview with Wack, shit, I made sure I got the hung, like the whatever minute you were gonna see on social media, you were like, nah, I gotta go see the full thing. You see, I think Boosie's gonna learn. 16 seconds ain't really drawing us in, but we do want a Boosie interview, right? Anyway, let me see how you gotta have a Patreon, right? Okay, see, that's another thing. He says it's gonna be on Patreon. He said follow him on Patreon. I click on the link. There is no Patreon. It's Ticketmaster and Instagram, right? You know, these are things where, you know, this is why a lot of artists just like showing up for the check, right? Like, think about it. And this is what I equate it to. It's like these artists. Why do you think artists don't fucking buy a club, right? Because they're not into promotion. You know, they'll show up. You don't think they would make a lot more money if they could use their celebrity status and they own the club and they could whatever. No, but there's a lot more than you just being a celebrity, or you could perform at said club to make it work. You got to know how to hire people, manage a budget. You got to know, okay, how you dealing with the bartenders? How what's your inventory for alcohol? What's your promotions? How are you gonna get people on days that possibly you're not gonna have a celebrity there? There's a lot of things to think about. This is why most artists, you know, and this is why they don't go independent. Now, Boosie is independent. So Boosie does do a lot of what I'm saying in music and touring. Boosie will cut a song for you. If you got 25,000, he'll cut it on the side of the street. He don't give a fuck. Like, he's a hustler that way. But on the interview content area, I don't think he is. Right? As I said, he says he's dropping on Patreon Friday, right? Part 1. He says he's talking about all these things. Follow him on Patreon. Okay, so look at his link in his bio. We don't see any Patreon. I see Cameo here. What's this? This is to a movie, I believe, right? Yep, these are to like a movie or something, right? So these are, oh no, it's a Cameo. That's where you give shout outs. DistroKid is where you where he puts out his music. Okay, so if we were looking for the Patreon because we want to be ahead of the Boosie interview, you can't find it. So let's go to his Instagram. Let's try to find it there. That brings us to another link. Like, we essentially, so, and then Boosie has a decentralized, Instagram because he's always getting banned and blocked and all that type of stuff, right? Like, I think now he's on the Torrance Hatch thing. Torrance Hatch Jr. or something like that? I don't know, bro. Yeah, you can't even find Boosie on here. That's the point. So, all right, let's just go to Patreon. Let's go to Patreon. Patreon.com. Find a creator. Boosie. You type Boosie in. You can't even find Boosie on here. So it's like, and these are the things that, you know, maybe he needs somebody like running a channel or something of the sort for him, because how the fuck do we find a Boosie Patreon to figure out where the content is going to go? We have no idea, right? Okay, anyway. Boosie recently addressed me while talking about Vlad. And I do want to respond back to Boosie. Let me see. Here we go. There was 2 videos I remember seeing. I think he talked about it twice. I think, you know, people told him, hey, spoke about you. And he responded. Let me see. This week. Okay. Can I find it? Okay. This is the first one.
Who the do? I ain't gonna tell you shit. It's just like that. Man ain't sent y'all to jail. Shut the f*** up.
Here we go.
Guess who they call?
Now, you started making some good points here. Here we go.
TV right now. Who said, why is you? Bro, I've been knowing this dude for 20 years, bro. He ain't never did me none of that shit. I had rappers call me straight against that shit. Man, don't go on no man, why you this? Same Trying to get on Vlad TV right now.
Now, I'm going to keep telling y'all, I do think part of why Boosie feels he's owed more money is because I think Boosie kind of feels like there's a little bit of a tax of, yo, I made you cool. I stood up for you when everybody was going against you. I'm the reason why you get so many people that wants to be on your platform. I absolutely believe Boosie. Boosie is right. Boosie is the reason why street niggas want to be on his platform again. Here's the thing that I keep saying. And I don't know if this is why Boosie thinks I'm against him, because I'm not just going to blindly agree. That Boosie keeps, like, I know Vlad, okay? Not saying Vlad's not a real nigga, but Vlad's a businessman. He's a businessman before anything else. He's a dollars and cents guy. He does good business, but he's not the person who, like, a lot of times we do black business. You know what black business is? You overcompensate somebody because you say, that's my homie. You feel what I'm saying? Like, everybody who gets on, when you're black, you always got that one homie that you knew from the hood. You give him a job and you start paying him for shit he can't do. You start overpaying people for loyalty more than actually their skills. Vlad is a dollars and cents person. Okay, cool. Hey, listen, you're my friend. You're cool, but I can't pay you that. You got to get out of here. I'm doing business. There's nothing wrong with it. But a lot of us black folks, we constantly are doing nigga business. Y'all, damn. Y'all been your man since day one. Well, that's not how business goes. You've never heard Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk be like, damn, y'all fired that nigga. Oh, that was my man since day one. No, did you do the job? What are you bringing back? What does the number say? That's really how business goes. Vlad treats it like that. So does Adam. Ironically, it's the white dudes that treat it like that. You know who usually don't treat it like that? It's black folks. So there's a lot of people that have collected checks probably from me, Joe Budden, Charlemagne, from Sean Cotton, that probably at times that if we were just being only financially savvy and just whatever, we would have cut them motherfuckers off and just put them like, yo, you're in the unemployment line. However, there's something about what I call nigga business. We value certain things that are intangible. Loyalty. We value, oh shit, you know what? Yo, without me working with you, I wouldn't have gotten in these positions. So that's why, even though it probably don't make sense for me to give you this, I'm going to give it to you because you don't help me get to some other shit which you never charged me for. You just did it as a real nigga. That's still good business. Now, Boosie is going to mention that type of stuff, but I question how well he knows Vlad, because that's not Vlad's motto. Vlad is not going to be like, yeah, man, none of these street niggas wanted to fuck with me until basically you frontlined it. Vlad ain't thinking like that. You're dealing with a Caucasian man, brother. You get what I'm saying? But watch him try to explain it here.
Every time somebody will go to jail, every time somebody will get killed after a Vlad interview, guess who they call? Guess who they call? I'd be like, no, y'all wrong, bro. I mean, bro, I'm not crazy, bro. Y'all want me to do free interviews? They gonna make money off. I go make money off me interviews, even when I'm gone.
How you doing?
They gonna make money off my interviews, even with my grandkids. Yeah, I just get paid one time, bro. When you do a podcast with somebody, they gonna make money off your interviews for the rest of their life. The rest of their life, man. Only get paid one time, bro. So anybody out there who ain't getting paid for an interview, you the fool. You the fool. If you ain't getting paid for an interview, you the fool. But they gonna make money off your interviews when we gone, when our grandchildren gone, everybody. Y'all tripping, shit. When you dead and gone, them some interviews still gonna be getting motherfucking clicks. I only get paid one time, man. Just one time. You think I don't supposed to get paid? Shit, I'm gonna get paid one time. 100 years from now, they still gonna be getting paid.
Very hot.
Just walk with me. I'm gonna stop. Boom, we gonna get it quick.
It would be like any A157
Listen up. Yeah. Anyone? Who talking shit? Academy? I'm not worried about Academy, man.
I don't know why he calls me Academy, but whatever. I guess someone in the chat said I was talking shit, so he's responded.
That's Blad Boy. He ain't gonna agree with me on shit. He don't like me no way.
That's kind of ironic. Chat, have you guys? You guys are fair. I feel like everything I'm saying, I'm just trying to tell Boosie, like, you put yourself in a place that you're dependent on Vlad, and you're trying to like tell us that, oh, I'm not doing it, that we like shame Vlad to. No, we don't think Vlad's doing nothing wrong. We just feel like because you're you should have been start doing what you're doing by yourself already. And also, we're not going to support this, we're not going to support this picket fence, you protesting outside of the Vlad TV headquarters for next month for you to be back on Vlad. Like, that's kind of what you're doing, right? Like, if you're like, hey, I'm done doing interviews, none of y'all niggas hit me up, I'm going to do my own interviews, I'm building my platform, I support you because I like watching your interviews. But this just kind of feels like you're throwing a hissy fit because the guy who you've never created a market for interviews outside of doesn't want to give you a raise.
Academy don't be.
Also, that's not true. I love Boosie. Like, who doesn't love? You got to be somebody like clinically. You got to be like a non-hip hop nigga to not like Boosie. Like, Boosie's kind of like all our old uncle, bro. Like, he's all of our uncle. Like, come on.
I thought you knew that. Boost. It's okay though. I mean, it's the Academy talking shit. I don't give a ain't nothing he gonna say gonna stop me from getting paid. I'll stop people from loving me. Like, I don't give a what he say. That's Vlad partner anyway, man. Go look at every time he said something about Boosie. Kodak, anything. You're gonna be going against him.
No. I like Kodak's music. I feel like Kodak doesn't have a voice in the media. I don't say anything about Kodak with me talking to him. I don't talk to Kodak like that. Like, I say things about Kodak because I think that people are trying to rewrite history about Kodak. I think he's one of the most important artists of this time. And when y'all try to just chalk him up as a junkie or y'all try to belittle him, you know, Boosie, you're amazing and you had your era musically and you're a legend. But when you tried to like just shit on everybody else, I'm going to be honest with you. I just don't think just career-wise you can shit on Kodak. And that's where I'm going to defend Kodak at. You get what I'm saying? I think you've been trying to shit on him. And again, it's not, me and Kodak don't have like that relationship to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to defend you. No, I just be like, bro, at the end of the day, the easiest thing to do is when we're trying to diminish people. Oh, he's crazy. He's a crackhead. Okay, cool. I don't care about his drug history. Like musically, Kodak to me is one of the greatest artists. Listen, I got Kodak up there when we talking about this era. Kodak's up there with the Uzis, with the Playboy Cardis, with the YBs. They all up there to me in importance. So when anybody talks crazy about Kodak, I'm going to defend Kodak. I'm sorry. I know when somebody's really important, and a lot of the music we're enjoying now and a lot of where this youthful renaissance in terms of, you know, street music or even music that's poetic. And also the thing that I hate about how people have rewrote history about Kodak is that people forgot that when he dropped certain albums or when Kendrick even co-signed him, people were saying, yo, this guy, like, he was so talented just because of not only, yeah, he's a guy that come from the street, this Project Baby kid, whatever, but this dude had like this poetic, this poetic influence and style that reminded us of some of the greatest in history. I just don't like when people shit on Kodak Black like he's not one of the greatest. I'm sorry. I think he's greater than most of the people that's his contemporary. And I think hip hop allows that because he doesn't have a hit at the moment. I don't play that with Yak. It's the same thing with like Chief Keef. I'd be defending Chief Keef if niggas acted like Chief Keef. Then his influence and what he's done for music didn't fucking change a whole fucking generation of music. Like, so these are people who I look at and I still see their value, regardless if they have a hit song at the moment or if they're going through a moment where, maybe people like, oh, drugs or whatever. Like, I'm gonna defend them. I'm sorry.
It's cool, bro. I mean,
Y'all need anything to go with it?
you can't stop my motion, bro. Like, oh yeah.
No, and that's another thing I want to address to Boosie. Boosie, no one dislikes you, especially me. We all love you in hip hop. And I'm saying this to you because I don't want you to try to paint yourself out to be a victim. The majority of people love you. You've always been the person that, like, even when you were speaking on certain things, remember we talking about Dwayne Wade, whatever, but like, we get it. Like, we know hip hop had certain sentiments, and a lot of times you're the person that was brave enough to try to like put that out to like, represent even a certain mindset, even if people disagree. People have always supported you and loved you. This idea that because I disagree with you on two things, there's only two things, the Kodak thing, and I disagreed with you on this thing with Vlad. It's not that I'm Vlad's boy or anything else. By the way, what I'm saying to you doesn't even help Vlad. I'm saying that if you're going to do this, do it legit. Build your platform, but you can't. But if you run back to the quote unquote plantation, you have already lost. You're wasting your time and you're going to lose more money by trying to make a stance to create a market, but not sticking with it. You should just create your platform and do it consistently. People will come. People will come. You're very entertaining. But it feels like just a play just to kind of go back to Vlad and hopefully get 5,000 more. I think that's a short-sighted play. If people disliked you, it would manifest in other things. We're just disagreeing on, or me personally, I'm disagreeing with you on two things. I've named them before. I'll also say, Boosie, when you, and I remember, when you, about a year or two ago, when you were dropping your independent movies and you kept atting everybody, you were like, yo, listen, Drake, just throw this up on a story. I remember you were almost campaigning for all the rappers in hip hop who, yes, everybody loves you. You wanted them to use their platform to support your independent film. I was one of those people. You never paid me. I was like, Boosie got a film. Go to his website. Go check it out. You see, that's where, I always have this little angst about artists because they only remember when you disagree with them. They don't remember when you're actually supporting them, right? And I'm not saying I've supported every single thing you've done, but you've messaged me and be like, yo, especially when you've lost your page. Shout out your new page. Hey, go check out his movie. Hey, here's his album. And again, obviously I disagree with you with these two things, but to say that I just don't like you, come on, Boosie. Nobody is really looking at you and just hates you like irrationally. Like, I don't even think nobody hates you. Like, everybody likes you. People love Boosie interviews, especially in hip hop, right? So I think you saying that is trying to make yourself the victim, but clearly we don't dislike you, bro. Come on, stop it, bro.
What do you say? To go pull up anything from a caddy. Always going against. Get some salt and pepper.
It's only two things, but okay.
I said his name wrong, Academy.
Let me tell you this. I was the only person in media. Everybody kicks Kodak back in, and I hate it. I really dislike it. He's not the most eloquent. He has maybe some skeletons in his closet you could always try to use against him, but so does most people in this fucking game. I dislike that people try to, I think pick on Kodak at times. And, I thought it was unfair the last couple of times when it came to Boosie and Kodak. And if you wonder what my thoughts on it was, first of all, I'm not a street dude, so my thoughts on snitching is very different. Boosie came out on Vlad's platform at the time and said that, he spoke down on Kodak for taking $1 million check for doing a song with Tekashi 6ix9ine because Tekashi was a cooperating. Boosie at that point, and I understand why, because I remember I even pointed out to y'all, I said, Kodak's been in my comments, and he's been liking a lot of posts that's kind of showing some hypocrisy of a lot of people. When Young Thug was now under the fire, where people are saying, yo, what was this? When T.I., when Gunna, when all of these other people, right? More than the guys who you could easily, because that's the thing about snitching, the ones you could just easily say, fuck them. Everybody is clear in how they think and what they are saying about it. When it becomes those tricky situations, everyone starts to kind of like, I don't know. And I think that Kodak had a great point. He never really eloquently put it across, right? He never spoke about it, but I got what he was saying without him speaking. Y'all got mad at me for doing the song with someone y'all claim cooperated. I was just doing business. Okay, well, what about, you should keep the same energy for the guys who are doing songs for free with Gunna, Young Thug, and all these other people that are accused of doing the same things, including even T.I. And the truth is that Boosie don't keep that same energy. Boosie tried to tear down Kodak when he got $1 million check, and these other niggas is running. Yo, you got Lil Baby got his fucking hand on Thug's thigh in the goddamn car. They're fucking doing like a tape or whatever the hell they're doing together. You don't see Boosie with that same energy. Boosie came out with the energy for Kodak, saying how he was so disappointed on a street perspective from him. If Boosie kept that same energy, I think that's the one Achilles heels of Boosie too. We saw when he tried to keep that energy with T.I., then we see them basically hugging it out in the airport. Boosie picked on Kodak, right? And it was clear Kodak even dissed 6ix9ine on the song. He just did it for the money. And these are the guys who are in hip hop, who everybody's turning a blind eye to the stuff that they did. They're still working with them, still hanging with them. Boosie's not coming out and being outspoken about that. In fact, Boosie made it personal, and Boosie's an older gentleman. Boosie made it personal with Kodak and basically said, because yes, Kodak did respond and start dissing him when he was, going through his trial or going through the case with the gun. Boosie came back and said, oh, you were in PC, this and third. Basically even siding and clicking up with the other rappers who people are wondering if they told. When I see him and Young Thug going back and forth, it was like, nigga, people been saying Young Thug, like he's not the, cleanest, whatever. So how do you pick and choose? So I think that hypocrisy with Boosie, for me, I felt like he was picking on a rapper who he thought he could pick on. And respectfully, while Boosie's a great personality these days, I don't think Boosie's music means more than Kodak's music. And I personally think that not because I dislike Boosie's, because I'm going to be honest, I just think Kodak's a greater musician than Boosie. Sorry.
I was hear everybody today, bro. You got to understand this, bro. With this situation, ain't too many podcasters going to take my side. Ain't too many podcasters gonna take my side. You know why? Because they want everybody to not get paid nothing. Oh yeah, Academy. You gotta understand that most podcasters, they can't agree with me because they don't want to pay nobody. Why pay somebody when you can try to get it free? So they not supposed to agree with me. I'm gonna be honest with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Because the game done changed, bro. It used to be the podcasters need the rappers. Now they done switched it to where the rappers need the podcasters, but not me. Not is
okay. And then there's one more clip, and I just want to play that in. I don't know if he's saying anything else, but I'll kind of get off of. I'll kind of get off of that. Is it this? Okay, where's the clip? Okay. Is it this?
DJ Academy.
Is it? Okay.
You know you ain't Vlad like this, man. You already know that. Anything I got going on when I come on social media, you go against it.
That's not true.
Whatever it is with Boosie, you go.
Boosie, that's so much not true. I want to make it unequivocally clear. No, I disagree with you on two things.
Go against me. You trying to be a silent assassin to me, nigga, but it's all good, man. You're a podcaster. And that's your dog, so you supposed to roll with your dog, man.
You know what's so funny? Boosie, that's your dog too. Yo, Boosie, Vlad's been to your house all these times. Nigga, Vlad ain't never been to my house. The fuck? I ain't never been to his. Yeah, you and Vlad more cool than me. The hell are you talking about? I don't know why you keep saying like, yo, like I'm like in Vlad's pocket. No. Bro, Vlad has all these stories about him being with you in certain situations, coming to your house, saying your dog bit him, like all that type of stuff. Like he clearly has a really close relationship with you. Like that relationship isn't like, oh, me and him are closer. No.
I get it. I get it.
See, respectfully. Okay, let me skip this. Okay, here we go. They always,
Bruh. Mad at the love I get, bro. I'm telling you. They like, how we gonna stop this? Like, bro, like, you can get 5, 6 of them all together and they just can't stop this shit, bro. Like, I know they be crying in the car, bro, because like, how they love this nigga so much, bro, you know? And like, you know, you can get 5, 6 of them together, bro. They still can't stop this shit, bro. Like, man, this shit crazy, bro. Like, and I thought about it, like, all of, like, it's mad because the love I get, like, and it be, don't nobody love them. I think about everybody who be with me upset. Don't nobody love them. Don't nobody got that good to say about none of them, bro. I just saw 6ix9ine say some DJ Academy, like, bro, like, don't nobody got nothing to say about these dudes, bro. Like, don't nobody love them, bro. Bruh, I gotta make a name for these group of who just be, you know, like, mad at the love I get. They never seen it. Like, shit can't be stopped. Like, bruh, this shit is hilarious to me, bruh, because I know what it is, bruh. Like, they not loved, man.
Boosie, please stop being delusional. Listen, as I said, I'm very entertained by you. I like you. I do support you. You're starting to get, you see, your ego is starting to kick in, and you're taking this whole thing personal. You brought something to light that nobody knew, that you weren't doing Vlad anymore, and you said it was a business dispute. He didn't feel you were worth $5,000 more. A lot of people had their opinions about it, but you brought it to light. Remember, it's not like people were just saying, oh, we're glad Boosie's not on Vlad. If anything, people were saying, why isn't Boosie on Vlad? You brought it to light. You said that it was over $5,000. A lot of people even said, well, if it's over $5,000, damn, it should, well, why Vlad not doing that? Vlad then responded. And when Vlad responded, it made you look like you weren't that smart business-wise. So this is what I'm saying, that I think that he's starting to take this personal, right? But he's not taking it out on Vlad. He's taking it out on everybody else commenting. Boosie, everybody, like, he responded to DJ Envy. He's saying me, 6ix9ine. The person not paying you is DJ Vlad. It's not us. You get what I'm saying? If anything, we're analyzing your business acumen. because we're realizing that you are one of the highest paid, or on average highest paid on Vlad TV. You came online, said it was over $5,000. Now we get to find out you're getting $25,000 per. And most people who are familiar with the YouTube game or familiar with content in general, they're now trying to understand your point of why you think you deserve whatever amount you want to get paid. And my only point to all of that, as I'm going to keep saying, is that your leverage has been diminished. If you had asked for this when you were making it cool for street niggas to come on there, yes. However, they're already there. Like when you were doing your thing 2021 and you were making Vlad TV cool for street niggas to think about going on there, your views probably was half of his monthly views. Nowadays, your views are probably 10% of the monthly views. So he's probably looking at it like, nigga, okay, right? And you're probably thinking, well, I need some extra pay for all these motherfuckers that came over here because of me. It's not how business works. So people commenting on your business, it's not, you brought it to us, right? Like, you brought it to us. It's not us taking up for Vlad. And what he's talking about with 6ix9ine, 6ix9ine is going to be joking on him. Why is 6ix9ine joking on him? Because it's rumored that Boosie felt a way that 6ix9ine got paid the highest amount that Vlad ever paid for an interview. And Vlad was running around and saying it, which, by the way, I spoke to Vlad about this. I said, Vlad, all the problems you're having with Boosie or any of these guys, you created this atmosphere. I don't pay people for interviews. Have I paid for people I've sat with? Yes. But usually when people say they want to get paid, I call Vlad. I am not in the business because you know why? I feel I make more money without you than talking to you. I've never thought I made more money talking to a nigga. I think I make more money talking about you. 100%. If, maybe only like Drake, I could make more money talking to him. But even then, I talked to him one time. I could talk about him a million times, right? You think the money I make from talking to him one time is going to be more than the money I make about talking about him a million? That's my motto. I don't like talking to these guys. I don't care. I like to be a one-man band, right? Vlad is an interview. When he keeps saying that, oh, maybe academic. No, I don't do interviews. Like, I'm not over here I'm not trying to pay none of y'all. Like, you know what I mean? If Boosie came to me and said, all right, Vlad's not giving me the 25, will you give me 15? I'd be like, no. The fuck? Like, nigga, no, I'm not paying you nothing. I'm sorry. I'm not paying you nor no other nigga nothing. You know why? Because I run it up about my damn stuff. Why the fuck am I paying you? And again, it's not hating on what y'all got going on, but I'm just talking straight business. There is no market when you haven't. Charleston White created a market. Charleston White, when anytime he got something going on with Say Cheese, he go over there and go do 5 interviews with some other niggas with no name and get like even more money and creates a market that Say Cheese is like, damn, well, if you're not doing something with us, he's over there, he's still getting money. Boosie, you're like an exclusive player, but you never went nowhere else to get a 25. All we trying to tell you is simple business, bro. If you don't have competing offers, is what Jay-Z said, is what I did. Nigga, just do your own content, but you don't need to come online and complain about it. That's it. Anyway. And also, the point of what he says that everybody's hating on him, nobody's hating on you. We're commenting on what you brought to the public. You said, you know what I mean? This is why I don't get online. You ever see me get online and be like, man, Spotify wasn't trying to pay. Man, I'm not doing that, nigga. I'd rather take my L in silence more than come on here asking. Because what y'all niggas gonna do? Y'all niggas ain't gonna help me get no money? Like, what the hell? Bro, handle it with your lawyers or something like that. When you come online, like, it's like when Meek come online and be like, man, I need this. You're like, bro, you don't have a fucking, like, financial advice? Like, well, why are you online telling us your financial business like this? So that's all we're saying. When you bring us into the group chat, we start speculating. We're not hating. We just tell you the truth. So now you get somebody like 6ix9ine who, yeah, 6ix9ine got the bag from Vlad. The first big bag was probably a one-time thing. But the price probably went down after that. But I feel like Boosie took that personal, right? Now you got everybody, well, 6ix9ine's clowning him. I'm not clowning. I'm just telling him to do better business. And better business might be, yo, listen, brother, just build. If you want my official advice to Boosie, don't do interviews with Vlad for 2 years. Build your platform, drop an interview every month, and I guarantee you'll be getting at least $80,000. People love you, Boosie. But you won't do it, right? Like, do your own interviews for 2 years, one a month. your platform, your Patreon. You got to promote the shit out of it. Learn to clip better. Learn to do some editing stuff better that you could put it out there. Do it for 2 years. I guarantee you could, like, you're Boosie. You could probably charge $10. $10. Leverage it with your other stuff. Put a little movie in there or this or whatever. Who cares? Guarantee you're going to be making at least $80,000 a month. But so when Boosie says I'm going against him, nigga, I'm not going against you. Nigga, I'm telling you to do it yourself, but you want me to tell you, you say, I don't like when niggas do what Boosie's doing. I'm telling him do it himself. He's saying, man, that's Vlad's boy. He wants me to say, Vlad paying more. It's like me telling you, nigga, run away, nigga. I'm telling you to run off the plantation, and you mad that I'm telling you to run. You're looking at me like, why you don't tell the slave master to give me the extra piece of chicken? Man, if you don't stop, I'm telling you to run. Run. I'm telling you to run, nigga. Run. You can do it yourself. Just run. He's like, oh, that's Vlad's boy. I'm not telling you to go back to Vlad. Go do you. You get what I'm saying? Like, yo, it's not like nothing. Y'all can't find one clip where I'm like, nah, Boosie, you should go work for Vlad for $20K. You should get low. No, I'm telling whatever, because it was a point with me too. You know why I stopped taking deals? That Spotify deal, when I signed it, it was good. Then the next year, I made more without it. So you know why? So you say, you know what now? Unless they come with that, what they call buku bread, I'm good off them deals. I'm gonna get it out the muscle. I'm straight. Because I've built something that I'm churning up whatever they could give me anyway. I don't gotta go back and forth with Spotify or with the company and told my man, you about to lose me over $5,000. $5,000? What? Man, I'm gonna do this myself. If Vlad won't pay you $5,000, nigga, if you leave Vlad and build your platform for 2 years, you'll make $50,000 more a month. So it's a simple thing. And you a hustler. So I don't know how we're on different pages. If you complain about 5, the hustler is going to build the shit up and make 50. Make an extra 50 per month. Not complain with his employer when no other job is trying to give him that same rate. Complain about 5. That's just how it goes. But they ain't gonna watch this clip. You know what I mean? They ain't gonna watch this clip. Anyway, this is what 6ix9ine said.
So it's a sad day for the unemployed guys. Heard niggas lost their day job. Got good news though. I spoke to Vlad. We're gonna try to get Boosie his job back. That's why, guys, an important lesson in life. Stop pocket watching what other niggas make and start fucking with your feelings. You know what I mean? So listen. On Rainbat, we're going to put $5,000 to cover Boosie's
pay cut.
His pay cut, yeah. So we're going to put $5,000 on Rainbat, one blackjack hand. Look, fucking, bro, Boosie, I might just have got you your fucking $5,000. We're going to stand on that. Bro, you got your job back. If I could get Boosie his job back, I'm going to do it for free next time. Like, if I sit down, I'm going to do it for free. Just bring me some Louisiana chicken. The Popeyes. No, how you go?
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Oh, yeah, love that chicken from Popeyes. Go fish. So,
see? And that's why I say I think Boosie also got to be honest with himself. Like, I think there's other things that piss Boosie off. I think Boosie feels like, I'm giving him the credit. I think he helped build Vlad TV, and he probably watching Vlad mess with niggas who he probably don't care for. 6ix9ine, Charleston White, and I think probably at a point he feel away. Nigga, I don't know what to really say to that. You know what I mean? You know what type of nigga Vlad is. And by the way, I think Vlad held him down a lot. Vlad was not doing stuff with Charleston White for a while. Then Vlad started doing stuff with Charleston White. I don't know if it's because Boosie stopped appearing on the platform. I don't know. That's where the conversation is. So Boosie, he ain't trying to respond to his employer. He's over here trying to shoot Scud missiles at everybody else. But Academic said this. But DJ Envy said that. Nah, brother. What we talking about is why the hell does Vlad feel like he could give everybody more money than you and you help build this bitch? You get what I'm saying? See, like, he's not talking about Vlad like how you was talking about DJ Envy. Look.
DJ Envy. I haven't seen the video. I can't find it, but they saying that you saying I'm asking for too much money because I don't have the numbers on the platforms. Well, if I'm getting 25K from Vlad and I'm on that motherfucker how many times a year? And now I ask for 35. I haven't been on there for seven months. How am I asking for too much money? And on a year basis, I feel I saved him money. That's how I feel, and I told Vlad that. But for you to say that I'm asking for too much money, you're not looking at the yearly rate to what this yearly rate would be. And it don't matter if somebody richer than me.
Okay, all right. I'll just end this by saying, Boosie's trying to negotiate with his employer when there's no other job offering the same amount of money, and he's too scared to go do it on his own consistently. Now, he's trying to do it for the first time, and I'm encouraging him. I just need to find the Patreon link. That's it. All right, let's keep this shit going. There is some news coming down. So, Kentucky Derby winner Megan Thee Stallion has lost in court to Milagro Cooper after the judge made it clear that she would not go forward with a dress-in or actually putting what's called a permanent injunction, a injunction that would bar Milagro Cooper from ever speaking on her again. Now, there was something of the sort put in place against Tasha K for Cardi B. Remember, this idea is that basically Meg Thee Stallion and Roc Nation decided to spend $2 million to basically try to intimidate a blogger and claim that she defamed her because she wasn't like believing that Tory did whatever to her. And they took her to court for defamation, among other things. And the court actually struck down, or the jury actually struck down the defamation claim, basically because they said, hey, well, in reality, she's part of the media. You never gave her proper warning that she was operating and she was doing things that was considered defamatory. So that was dropped. Meg Thee Stallion did win some type of judgment, but it had nothing to do with defamation. It was something about promoting a deep fake image, which supposedly Milagro had told people, oh, there's a video purportedly of Meg doing some stuff. Apparently the video wasn't even real, right? So that's what she did win for, but defamation got struck down. Regardless, Meg Thee Stallion has been desperately trying to win some type of legal, get some legal consolation prize to make people feel like it was worth spending up to millions of dollars to sue this woman. And according to the judgment, she only was awarded in the end pretty much like, I think it was like $50,000. So think about this, spending $2 million to get $50,000. That sounds like a really good investment, right? Of course. Now, of course, all the little Meg Thee Stallion and Roc Nation, shills, they were like, yeah, sue everybody. When are you going to sue ACK? Sue ACK next. Shut up, okay? Meg is a liar. I said it from day one. I'm going to say it till the end, okay? She wasted her money. She looks like Boo Boo the Clown, all right? And the judge, even though she was very, in my opinion, impartial and was biased towards Meg Thee Stallion, even she could not go to the lengths of granting motions of putting a permanent injunction, which would mean she could bar Milagro Cooper from ever talking about Meg Thee Stallion. And by the way, that is what these Roc Nation people want to do, right? Like, if they could sue me now and be like, yo, you could never talk about Jay-Z, of course they would want that. You know why? Because every time I'm exposing all the scummy shit he did, the niggas he finessed, all the weird shit in his history. They don't want that to be out there. That's why they keep trying to follow all these stuff. So if they could get a judge to ban me from talking about that, of course they will want to do it. So they're trying on a shorter level to see if they could do it. So they try to ban this Milagro girl from ever talking about Meg Thee Stallion. And the judge basically said, fuck off, both to Rock Nation and to Meg Thee Stallion, basically saying that y'all can't stop someone's First Amendment rights, the right to free speech. Not because, you think you have all this money. We don't give a fuck. The Constitution reigns supreme. So again, it was a motion for entry of a permanent injunction for cyber stalking. So they're considering Milagro, who's a blogger, who would be covering news stories. They're saying that she is cyber stalking if she mentions Meg Thee Stallion from now on. Basically, they want her never to talk about her because she doesn't like Meg Thee Stallion. You know what I mean? She's critical of her. She's whatever. So it says the court has reviewed both written submissions and the record and applicable law. And for the reasons, the motion is denied. Okay, they go through background, a bunch of background, and this is a really long response by the judge. Looked like the judge actually really looked at it. And it said the legal standard is that the courts have broad discretion deciding whether to award injunctive relief. And injunctive relief could be, banning someone forever talking about or contacting or whatever. And it said the standard for a permanent injunction is essentially the same for a preliminary injunction, except that the movement must show actual success on the merits based on the likelihood of success on the merits. Okay. Upon prevailing on the merits, to obtain a permanent injunction, a plaintiff must demonstrate 1, she suffered irreparable injury. 2, her remedies at law are inadequate. 3, the balance of hardships weigh in her favor. And 4, a permanent injunction would not disserve the public interest. Okay. Now, clearly, number 4 is the thing that we're all going to care about. While Rock Nation and specifically Meg Thee Stallion seeks to try to suppress the voice of independent media members who might critique her, whether we think she got a big ass foot that looked like a hoof, whether we think her music sounds like fucking garbage, whether we think she's a fucking liar, whatever people's opinions about her might be that might not be in her favor. Again, we're talking about opinions here. We're not talking about like straight up, like no one's saying like she's a monster from Mars with 3 heads and she has 19 toes. Nobody's saying that. But if someone says, man, Meg made some fucking garbage ass music. Yo, Meg sound like she be on some whole shit. These are opinions. And that's what you're actually protected under the First Amendment. And also, the thing is, she is a public figure. When you're a public figure, the standard of what would be considered malicious and also defamation, it raises to a very extraordinary circumstance. You got to have a thick skin to be in this shit, baby. You can't be just making millions of dollars and as soon as somebody say they think you ugly, you fat, they say something that might even be an ad hominem, but it's just an opinion that, that doesn't go into maybe like, invading your privacy when it comes to your health or, they're accusing you of a crime necessarily. Yeah, it doesn't work like that. People could say, yo, forever and always, you'd be like, Meg Thee Stallion music fucking sucks, right? They can't sue you for that, but that's what they try to do. So Rock Nation's trying these bully tactics, and we got to point it out when they fail. And they failed this time. And, Desiree Perez has egg on her face. Sean Jay-Z Carter has egg on his face. And Milagro, we don't know what the fuck she got on her face, but she got something, okay? Anyway, let's keep it going. So it says the plaintiff may not obtain a double injury for the same, a double recover for the same injury. And here's it goes. So it says cyber stalking. All right. Okay. Here we go. In joint, the parties ask the courts to decide whether it was there. So the judge is going off what the jury said. The plaintiff argued that she already established the requisite element of success on the merits because the jury considered the evidence and found the defendant liable for defamation, okay? And also promotion of a altered sexual depiction, which is the deepfake, whatever. The court is not so convinced. First, by the way of example, to prevail on a claim of cyber stalking, the plaintiff must prove that the defendant acted willfully, maliciously, and repeatedly. The Florida standard jury instructions define willfully and knowingly, intentionally and purposely, and maliciously as wrongfully, intentionally, without legal justice or excuse. Okay, the jury found that the defendant acted intentionally and reckless. Okay, cool. All right. All right, I'm trying to find. Second, the statute. A communication serves a legitimate purpose when there's a reason for to contact the person. So basically, they're gonna kind of like, kind of say that if she's doing her job in media and she's speaking about something that she could give commentary on, or she's doing some investigative work, or she's covering something where Meg Thee Stallion is a part of. Number one, she's serving the public interest. Number one, because that's what media does. But also, there is unless there's something else that's shown where maybe you have like some messages between her and someone saying, I'm going to make Meg look like the worst person in the world. How could you prove that she has malintent? Okay, cool. All right. Okay. Plaintiff okay. So in short, all right. But the plaintiff arguments overlooks other findings. The jury concluded the defendant regularly disseminated news or information to the public. They operated for the purpose of informing the public about matters of public concern through news report and analysis or commentary, and function in the same manner to traditional news media. I'm really glad that this federal judge, and by the way, shout out to you, Miss Oltonga, I think that's her name. You know why this is important? Because not only was Roc Nation and Meg Thee Stallion trying to take a stab at free speech, they were trying to take a stab at independent journalists. And they, along with, I would say, Megan Cuniff, who she might have like that license for being like a legit journalist, but their whole thing is that they want to have super preferential treatment over people that have independent media, companies. So if you have a YouTube channel, but you cover stories or you whatever, they want to be like, oh, well, we've written articles or we or we went to school for journalism, so we're better. No. The courts is now clearly saying, not because someone just has a blog, not because someone just has a Twitter account, not just because someone has a stream or a YouTube account where they're covering the news, means that they don't deserve the same amount of protections as legitimate or traditional news outlets. By the way, remember when I was dragged into federal court when they wanted to motion to compel, because I said in a deposition, they said who gave you the information and that was supposedly later revealed to be in this DNA report that was under an order of protection. It said, how did you find out? And I said, listen, well, just to let you know, even if I would tell you, and it said, even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. Now, granted, I answered the question later, which was, I don't remember, which I didn't remember. I don't recall. I was hitting with Why So Woody. I don't recall. However, they dragged me to court because they claimed that I initially refused to answer. And the whole conversation in court turned to this. If Academics is operating as a journalist, he does get what's called shield protection, that he does not have to give up his sources or be forced by a court to whatever, unless it's like a matter of I forgot what it is. It has to be like somebody about to die or some shit like that. But yeah. And eventually, because I could tell Roc Nation's whole thing was trying to bleed people of money, right? Like they were trying to just bleed people of, financial resources. Like, for example, my normal lawyer for that gig, they wanted $25,000 to even step across Roc Nation. I said, don't worry, I got this. Anyway, I represented myself, but the judge was very smart, and the judge kind of also realized he wasn't dealing with no dummy either. But the judge said in that case, this is a Jersey judge, the judge said, I'm not going to make any specific ruling that could be used as case law, right? Because the judge realized I said I backed down on trying to evoke a shield law in terms of me being a journalist to protect my source. I said, Judge, I initially said that I'm evoking this idea of the shield law that I don't have to give up my sources, but I later then did give up my sources, and I gave it up willingly. And they said, well, what'd you say? I told him I didn't remember. So I was like, okay, all right, I won't even use that. So they said, who is it? I don't remember. And the judge looks at me and says, all right, if I granted another hour and they ask you the same thing, do you think it would jog your memory? I said, I drink a lot of alcohol, Your Honor. I don't think I'll remember then. But if, if it do suits the court, I'll try to sit across from all 7 of them attorneys getting paid $4,000 an hour, and I'll try to see if I could jog my memory. Lo and behold, my memory never came back. Amnesia's a bitch, isn't it? Anyway, I sat there and told him I didn't remember. Anyway, the judge in that particular, motion, the Jersey judge, he said, I'm not going to put anything on the record that could be ever used, that if anyone else ever wants to file a motion, that it would categorize Mr. Allen, me, as either definitively a member of the press or definitively not a member of the press. His words, and I think his last name is Day. Shout out to him. His words directly was, in cases like this where media is evolving, media protections does also exist for YouTubers, streamers, and whoever else in new media, as long as their actions in that particular situation does meet the level of providing the public with the service of conveying information with certain standards. And I like that they did that. You know why? Because it was a big failure for Mrs. I forgot what her name is. Joanne, her last is Joanne something over at Quinn Emanuel and the Rock Nation. So I hope that $200,000 that was paid by Jay-Z, I hope that went up in flames after they got nothing out of trying to, I don't know what they were trying to do to me. And clearly they're getting their ass whipped again because the judge is saying, we're not going to let you blanketly take someone's right away because you think you have like some type of claim. All right. Anyway. All right. So now they're talking about irreparable harm and shit like that. Okay. So remember Meg Thee Stallion was saying she lost out on $30 million, this and third. Like, come on. Now, it was interesting because they try to set up a lawsuit with me. I don't know if you guys remember it. When in the deposition, they kept asking me, and remember, you're on the record. So when you say it, you're on the record. This is why people usually go with an attorney. They said, do you believe that Meg Thee Stallion committed perjury? Now, the reason why they asked that question is that they're asking me directly if I'm accusing Meg Thee Stallion of breaking a law, right? Now, they could use that statement to say, well, you've said that she's a criminal. Like, she should be charged or she should be whatever. And, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Listen, I had to get sturdy on them real quick. You know what I mean? I hit him with the, you know what I mean? Like, I just come on, stop playing with me. All right, come on. Like, I don't know what type of idiots this shit work on, but I just got sturdy on them niggas and just got out of that. So I said, listen, perjury is a legal standard and a definition that the DA could talk about because that would be a crime. And I'm not a DA. I don't have powers to charge Meg Thee Stallion. So I don't know if she commits perjury. You got to ask that to the DA. Now, let's get to what I'm talking about. Do I think she lied? Yeah, she lied. They try to conflate it like, isn't lying perjury? And then I said, one's a crime, okay? I lied to all the bitches. That's not no goddamn crime. Lying on her oath, that's the crime. See? They try to do it to me, but I hit them with the sturdy, you know what I mean? I hit them with the pop smoke shit, you know what I mean? They couldn't really handle that shit, man. After that, I could tell they were seething, you know what I mean? They just kept billing Rock Nation. Fuck out of here, you know what I mean? Like, fuck out of here. You know what I mean? Yo, where all them niggas that be like, yo, Ack and Joe Budden's next. Fuck out of here, nigga. We ran that budget up. Well, they got a new budget this year, but last year we ran that budget up on them niggas. You know what I mean? Like, I know Meg, Rock Nation, and Jay is paying through the ass, nigga. They probably thought we got him. It was like, nigga, I told you, I got sturdy on them bitch ass nigga. Anyway, all right, cool. All right, cool. All right. So the plaintiff, Meg is saying that the money damages are inadequate because despite the jury's verdict and a court judgment on damages, the defendant continues to post content that causes her harm. Okay, plaintiff has not shown any of the content, and so they said Milagro keeps saying shit. But they haven't shown what she said. So nor does she point to new content that's causing injury. So they haven't done that. Indeed, the defendant advises that her prior pages have been deleted and are inaccessible and no longer exist, which means Milagro is not using old pages or some pages that might have content that could have been considered whatever. she's no longer access to them. Said, knowing the irreparable injury requirement may be satisfied with demonstrating a history of past misconduct give rise to the future injury is imminent. Anyway, plaintiff does not dispute, but blah, blah. Okay, all right, cool. I'm going to get through this real quick. The described post-verdict conduct for which cyberstalking was fined does not satisfy the definition of cyberstalking. It does not contain a course of conduct to communicate or to be communicated, words, images, language through the blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. Where the communication caused substantial emotional distress, da, da, da. Okay, cool. Even accepting that a defendant's post-verdict posts and words pertain to the plaintiff does not explain how a reasonable person would experience substantial emotional distress from these posts and words alone. Nor does she know that the defendant post would serve no legitimate purpose. So they're basically saying that, I don't even know if it's still Quinn Emanuel who's the lawyers for this, because I think there was another law firm that took over for like some of the appeals and motions, but we'll see in the bottom. Okay, cool. They said on December 1st, 2025, a statement on Instagram Live that she's going to start working on her mixtape because apparently the only place you could bully people and talk crazy and pop shit is in the studio, but anywhere else is off limits, you know. So she's going to get on her mixtape shit and make sure she channels all her energy into her raps. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, let's keep it going. All right. Cool. The jury has already found blah, blah, blah. All right. Plaintiff does not provide the court with any reason to believe that a defendant who is not accused of creating or initially posting a deepfake video and voluntarily removed her post has not been adequately deterred by the judgment awarding the plaintiff damages. That was the $50,000. Potential recovery of reasonable attorney fees and costs. Okay, following the trial, the defendant has acknowledged that she's learned a lesson and expressed regret that someone was hurt because of her words. At the bottom, the plaintiff offers no arguments or evidence sufficient to persuade the court that she will suffer irreparable harm if Okay, cool. All right, baby. All right. Now, these are the things that should be. It says the First Amendment prohibits all restraints on future speech. Okay, and the First Amendment generally prohibits government, including the judiciary arm of the government, from dictating what we see, read, speak, or hear. Courts are divided in whether previous restraints of defamatory statements violate First Amendment, and some courts suggest that the remedy per se unconstitutional, while some leave it open to possibility under some circumstances following an injunction following trial could be the whatever. Okay, cool. It said even if the court was inclined to adopt the modern approach, doing so would not assist the plaintiff here. Generally, a judgment provides a strong incentive for a defendant to remove any statements because Okay, so they're saying, yo, you getting $50,000, like that's it, shorty. Like, well, what more you want? Like, what fucking more money you want? You know what I mean? You got $50,000 is 50,000 reasons for her not to do it again. We're not gonna tell her she can't ever speak your name again. Fuck out of here. Okay, so then it says the request is not tied to any statements uttered since the trial, and the court's conclusion is bolstered by Florida law, and they've consistently found that injunctions are not available to stop somebody from uttering insults or falsehoods. Okay, see, that's another thing, you know. So if Milagro wanted to say, "Oh, she's a hoe, she does this," like, yeah, those are insults, whatever. Angry social media postings are now common. Jilted lovers, jilted tenants, attention-seeking bloggers spew their anger into fiber optic cables in cyberspace. But analytically and legally, these rants are essentially electronic successors of the pre-blog solar complaint holding a poster on the public sidewalk in front of an auto dealer that proclaimed, "Don't buy here, only lemons from these crooks." Existing and prospective customers of the auto dealership considering such posters made up their mind based on their own experience and research if and when a hypothetical complaint with the poster walked over to the showroom and threatened violence, however, previously protected opinion crossing the border of land of trespass, business interference. Okay, so he's just defining what he's about to say. Okay. At bottom, plaintiff proposed permanent injunction directed at defendant's future's speech is overboard, and a classic example of a prior restraint on speech that triggers First Amendment concerns. On this record, plaintiff has not demonstrated why the need for the permanent injunction outweighs the defendant's future exercise of her First Amendment rights. In conclusion, for these reasons, it is ordered and adjudged that the plaintiff, Megan Stallion, aka Megan Pete, motion for entry of permanent injunction against cyberstalking is denied. Okay, is so done and ordered in Miami, Florida on the 20th of April. Damn. Oh, shit, chat, it's the 420th, huh? Ole. 420. All right. Okay. All right. So, big win for Milagro. Big win for independent media. It goes to show we will not be bullied. The courts are agreeing. Meg need to get tougher skin and get her ass back in the studio and stop wasting all that Rock Nation money with lawyers who are just running up the budget. Okay, she did all that shit for nothing, and I'm glad that she basically is learning an important lesson. We don't agree with posting deepfake videos, but she did get a judgment for that. But in trying to silence somebody from giving their opinion about her or not believing her, it's clear and now put into the history books that the judge gave her a little spanking, okay? Shut the fuck up. If niggas don't believe you got shot, who gives a fuck? Shut up, all right? Anyway, let's keep it going. What's up with y'all? Y'all good? We breaking this shit down here, huh? We breaking this shit down. All right. Are we getting to the Ben 10 stuff already, or what we doing, chat? What we doing? Y'all tell me what we doing. I don't know. So much things that we could talk about. We did the Ice Spice stuff already. Before I get to the Ben 10 stuff, two things. By the way, shout out to the Shade Borough. I like that page. It's like the UK version of the Shade Room. I'm going to get to the topic that I'm really interested in, but this was such an interesting and hilarious thing. Let me see if I can find it. Can I find it? Maybe I can't. Okay. Now, there's a guy, there's a South African ex-police chief. And chat, let me tell you this, man. I keep telling people when we over here, we like police brutality, this, that, and third. Man, you go to some of these other countries, the police, they're the judge, they're the cop, the judge, the lawyer, the prosecutor, and the executioner all in one on the side of the street. They're not like, listen, I was born in Jamaica, but there's a couple of Jamaican police officers. When they pull you over, them niggas will grab you up and slap the shit out of you. Like, they demand extreme respect. I say that to say, like, when it comes to law enforcement outside of the United States, I know we think we got it bad. Trust me, we don't. There's a South African ex-police chief who he was going through a hearing about corruption. And chat, I'm going to just play this clip. You tell me if he looked like, he beating the case. The suspended Deputy Police Chief Julius Makwanzi has been accused of corruption, abuse of power, and he drew unexpected attention during the testimony because this happened, chat. Does he look like he might have did the shit that he's at the hearing for?
But based on our conversation earlier, it has to.
Now, I want to say, I know it's South Africa, but they got AC. They got air conditioning. This motherfucker just sweating profusely for no reason. I'm just letting you know.
Read 17. So if you could go to Annexure JD 17 in the file. Do you have it?
You know this nigga is sweating so much that it's sweating his eyes at this point. This nigga wiped his head and left the shit on his head.
Yes, I do. Can you help?
Sorry, Commissioner.
Yo, I wonder if he did the shit they said he did, huh? I wonder if he did the shit they said he did. You know that's the type of cop. He raided the stash house. He on some Denzel shit. Yo, it's $2 million in here? Tell them we found $5,000. All right, let's break this up. You take that, you take this, you take that. Yeah, he on his Denzel shit. Look, political interference and corruption. He's on the committee, and this boy. Have y'all seen this? Right, he's sweating more than. What's the chick that fucked like 1,000 niggas? Who's this? What's the chick that fucked 1,000 niggas? What's her name? He's sweating more than Bonnie Blue at an HIV testing center. He's sweating harder than Bonnie. Look, even this nigga's like, yo, this nigga's guilty. Yo, why are we even doing this? This nigga's guilty, bro.
Oh, you have a tissue stuck on your forehead. Oh, yes. Thank you. Yeah, it's off. Thank you.
Yo. Man, they got this nigga, man. Yo, he looking like, man, this motherfucker right here.
Now, this is the...
Yo, he like, yo, brother. Yo. Yo, this nigga sweat more than Gucci, man. When Gucci said, when Pusha Icy said, bring out the contract. Yo, he sweat more than Gucci than when Pusha Icy said, yo, 30, pass me that Drake.
But based on our conversation earlier, it has to reach 17. So if you could go to Annexure JD 17 in the file.
Oh, nah. Chat, if you were a betting man, he did that shit or not? I think he did that shit. He did that shit. Look at her.
Do you have it?
Yo, this nigga probably done finesse mad drug dealers, Yo, he probably robbed mad stash house. He probably was stealing shit out of evidence, nigga.
Can you help?
Sorry, Commissioner. Oh, you have a tissue stuck on your forehead. Oh, yes. Thank you. Yeah, it's off. Thank you.
Now, this is the...
Oh, man. Yo, I know all the drug dealers that this nigga done robbed. You know what I mean? Like, the drug dealers getting booked. Drug dealers had $5 million in South African cash. When they look at the evidence log, it's like, oh, yeah, no, it was only $5,000 they put up here. $5 million? Ain't no $5 million. Niggas like, what? Nigga, the cop stole it then. It's all good, man. It's all good. Anyway, chat, there is a big story happening overseas, man. So I got to try to give you guys this story. The story is bananas. The story is bananas, right? The story is about a influencer who basically was beefing with another influencer over a dude, allegedly. Now, I know this is some UK shit. This ain't Love Island either. But they're saying that influencer Claudia, and this is her right here, she was actually supposedly murdered. And shout out to my dude Castillo. I seen he put RP on her page this morning. Apparently she was killed after a huge brawl, like kind of like outside the club. And I've been to this area of like London. It's like the Mayfair area. It's like really like a posh type of place. But, you know, I ain't gonna lie to you, there's too much Negroes over there. Like when I was watching the video, you're gonna see the video. She starts getting into a fisticuffs with this woman, and the woman's also the other influencers. So it's basically two Instagram chicks. They're fighting. Allegedly, they've had issues over a dude. And, you know, the other girl that was fighting her previously had posted something saying, I don't know why people get into beefs with me because I'm not right in the head. She says, when I see you and I do what I do, they're going to put me, I'm not going to jail. They put me in the mental facility. I'm going to be in a mental hospital. You just going to be in a hospital. Chat, I couldn't make this up. I don't know if it's on here. Yes. She says, people, so the other one is, so this is the other girl right here. Bingo. So they're fighting, you know, it's always a fight over some penis, right? She said, people shouldn't trouble mad people. Now, mad people just means a crazy girl. People shouldn't trouble mad people. Because when I hurt you for provoking me, I won't be going to jail. I'll be going to the hospital around the way from where I'm going to put you. Ironically, she posts this. She's going 82. She's going 82. Look like she's speeding to somewhere. And she's also in the same car that supposedly she commits essentially the homicide with. I'm going to go back and kind of show. So this is her outside. And the arguments start. Now, I think you guys can see, like, one's taking off their shoes. You know, the classic Zeus baddies clap, like, let's get it on. You know what I mean? Anytime I see girls start going like that, that's here DMX. Let's get it on. All right. Okay. They're squabbling now. Bumbo clot. All right. So, it's a bunch of squabbling happening. And apparently she gets in her car and literally drives over the woman. And it's not like she just hit the person with the car. She drove over her body. She hits her, she falls, she drives over her body and reversed. And yeah, you know, the woman was arrested on the scene. Remember, these are Instagram chicks. Okay, these are just Instagram chicks, but they're fighting over, you know, supposedly penis. You get what I'm saying? Give me a second. I'll try to find. Her name is, yes, Riel, and the other girl name is yeah, and Claudia. So Riel and Claudia. And yeah. Now, apparently, and this is the interesting part. So they're fighting, scrapping. And it's one of those things where, like, you know, chat, I learned my lesson. I remember when, you know, there was some girls trying to jump my girlfriend at the time back at Komodo. What I learned is that when girls are fighting, stay the fuck away. When I was trying to break up the fight, it went on TMZ like I was beating the chicks. You know what I mean? Like, as a guy, like, I hate seeing women fight. I really think it's, like, unbecoming. Like, come on, cut it out. Like, I don't want to watch y'all just grab each other hair and just do some stupid shit. Like, that's just not entertaining. Stop it. And, yeah, also when you're with your girl, like, to me, you know, I've always told any girl I'm with, I don't want to date fighters, okay? I don't want to date no bitch who thinks she got to go squabble it out. Like, no, to me, it's disgusting. Anyway, I learned my lesson because after everybody was unwilling to understand that I was breaking up the fight and I was trying to talk some sense to my chick, like, nigga, shut the fuck up with this. Like, you ain't about to fight out here. Like, nigga, you're with me. Like, what's up? Anyway, I've learned, just step to the side. Like, let them bitches fight on some Puff Daddy shit. Remember when Puff Daddy saw on Making the Band? Let them bitches fight. Or Babs Bunny actually said that on Making the Band. Let them fight. And I don't like that. But, you know, shit, after what I've been through, I'm going to let them fight. But in reality, I do believe that the men here should have stepped in. These are two bitches that's fighting. Like, they're weak as shit. Just, you know, grab one up, grab the other one up, and separate them. Watching two chicks, like, just do dumb shit, it's like, I look at the men here and I feel like they failed. What if y'all are men, why are you letting two bitches fight? Like, in front of y'all, how is this amusing? Right? But we live in this baddies culture where women love to fight and shit like that. Like, men, we understand the dangers of men fighting. Fighting only goes so far. Niggas start shooting this and third. But with women, usually the only thing that happens is a bunch of hair get pulled and bitches just need new weave. Well, this didn't turn out too good. After the fighting continued, the men are just acting like they're all idiots. They could have easily broke it up, but all the men are just kind of standing around, right? Apparently, one of the girls, the Riel girl, was trying to get, this is the car right here. She's trying to get in her car. And I'm not too sure if it's premeditated, but it looked like it was. Like, she was like, yo, I'm going to get in this car and fucking, you know, drive over her. You'll see initially she's trying to get in the car. And somebody pushes the door to make sure she doesn't get in there. Okay? So somebody pushed the door to make sure she doesn't get in there. Okay. Now, she gets into her car finally. See, she finally gets in the car, and everybody and the girl goes in front of her, the girl that was fighting her. Now, I think some people thought, okay, you know, she's gonna like try to leave or whatever, but you could hear somebody say, yo, she's gonna run her over. And you can see, you know, I don't know if you guys can see right here. You know, the girl is kind of clearing the car at that point, right? So the one, this one right here, she's clearing the car while the car is about to move, and clearly this person in the car turns the wheel towards where she's going to pretty much intentionally run her over, right? Look, because she's clearing the car right now, right? She's clearing the car. So if you were just driving straight or you were trying to keep it on the road, but she turns into her. And she turns into her. The girl foot like gets caught underneath, so she falls to the ground. And I wish I could find like there's an edited version of this, but she essentially runs her over. She runs her over. This guy in the back right here who was getting his bicycle, he gets hit as well. So she just rams into this shit, running the girl over, look, and then hitting this guy. No fucking, you know, and I'm gonna just take that off for now. But the girl was basically ran over by the vehicle, and then the car backed up, and her lifeless body is there. Apparently, she didn't die instantly. She was actually taken to the hospital in critical condition, but she did later die, supposedly at the hospital. This guy actually explains it pretty good. Check this out.
So there was this girl called Riel, 360,000 followers on Instagram. Look.
Listen, man, anytime you see chicks with these amount of followers, these are hoes. These are like just hoes, badly built hoes that's just like, you know what I mean, just sucking the flavor of penis for the week, man. It's crazy when we talk about these chicks being influenced. They're not no fucking influencer, you know what I mean? Like, they're beefing over dick. You know what I mean? Like, they're just doing a bunch of shit, right?
Like
Talking about she got a hair business. Cut it out.
About to launch a hair business, but Riel has just ruined her life. And another girl called Claudia's life. And an innocent bystander who just happened to be at the scene of Riel's alleged premeditated crash out. Let me give you guys some context. So there was two girls, Riel, Claudia, and they seemed to be having a problem with each other, allegedly over a mystery man. And it seems that things behind the scenes between them started to get very, very intense. And Riel allegedly posts this on her Snapchat, basically saying, people need to stop provoking me, because if I do something about it, I'm not going to prison. They'll put me in a psych hospital, and it won't be far away from where I'll put you. Basically saying, this little altercation we're having, it could go from words to action. Some time passed, and the two girls were in one of the most exclusive clubs in Mayfair, and the details get a bit blurry from here, but a physical altercation breaks out. You have Riel over here clapping and other girls being held back from Riel. Then you see Riel walking over to her car. She opens the door and luckily someone restrains her from getting into the car. The altercation is intense. You can see this girl trying to stop Riel from getting into her car, and another girl in the red dress helping the other girl to stop Riel from...
Yo, you know what's funny too? Did I ever tell you, you know, and I hate to like kind of like break this up to kind of like bring up like, I guess I always put a little bit of my situation into everything. But as I said, I learned my lesson. Next time, in the words of I don't know who said it, man, let them hoes fight, man. Fuck that shit, man. Academics. I don't know where we can find it. Okay, this is what it was, right? Okay. All right, yeah, this was it, right? So, like, did I ever explain this to y'all? Yeah, this is I'm the prize moment. Did I ever explain it? Did I ever explain this to y'all? Damn, I was fat as fuck. Have I? I did, right? Okay. I'll just give a real quick thing, and that's another thing that you know I realized I just couldn't win. So, you know, Shorty she was very like, you know, jealous and stuff like that. Like she never went out with me a lot, or she never been with me like in Miami. So like if I'm around where I live at, like I'm around white people, bro, and like Indian people, like they're not like academics, But like if I go to New York or if I go to Philly or if I definitely Miami, it's like, yo, shit, act. So anyway, I'm at this fucking place. Burna Boy was about to show up. I guess Burna Boy was mad late. For whatever reason, DJ like sees me there and he just shout me out like I'm the big nigga was shouting me out like I was like Trey Songz in the bill, like, yo, Ak is in it. So like all the bitches now is just kind of looking around like, where's Academics at? So they all start when they kind of like they start throwing they start fucking putting the spotlight on me. So now people are coming up for pictures. My shorty's getting like a little jealous and shit. Like, damn, you know what I mean? You know when girls saying some dumb shit like, you know, like girls show, you know, a girl taking a picture with you or be like, yo, it's, I don't know, you know, girls do whatever. So she's like, yo, are you getting these bitches numbers in front of me? I'm like, yo, bro, these are fans, gang. Like, what are you talking about? So that's what I'm on with it. But also, this is the thing about ratchetivity. So now we're outside this shit. We were about to leave. And then she kind of get a little bit, like, she's mad at me because she's like, yo, you sound like you like bagging bitches in front. I'm like, yo, no, these chicks just know me. Miami has a bunch of tourist people there. So they come there and no matter who they see, they're like, oh shit, let's get a picture or some shit like that. She think I'm bagging all these chicks. And also it's Miami, so these bitches is bad. You know? Yo, don't bring a girl to Miami. Anyway, so what happened is this chick right here, this chick with the red hair, she was actually with us. Nigga, she was with us because we just came from Fresh and Fit. She's with us and she's watching how my chick is moving. So, like, I remember she was just like pointing, you know, black chick says, well, she's half black, half white. She started getting on this like pointing shit like, I know you're not about to da-da-da-da. I'm like, oh my God. So this chick, she just swings on my chick while she's arguing with me. So really this chick was trying to stick up for me. So she swings on her. But now it's like, gang, you can't swing on my girlfriend. Like, it does not work like that, right? Like what pussy am I gonna get tonight when I'm like, yeah, that other bitch knocked you the fuck out. Let's put some ice on your fucking head while I try to fuck you. Like, no, she gonna look at you like you a bitch ass nigga. You had a bitch knock me out. So she swings on her, and I'm like, what? And then she had two people with her. She had two other chicks. Like, yo, Fresh and Fit be getting the most ghetto bitches from like motherfucking Broward County, nigga. They got like gold teeth, all type of shit, nigga. The two other ratchets that's with her jump in, and they're about to jump my girl. Keep in mind, they're swinging on her for her disrespecting me in public, which already is like, I think they're looking at it like, you know, he can't put hands on you, but nigga, we'll get you in line, nigga. But nigga, you gonna fuck up my whole pussy, nigga, by doing that. So I'm like, what the fuck? She's ready to fight. You know what I mean? She from VA, so she's like, all right, what's up? Yo, what's up? I don't give a fuck how big you are. I'm looking over. They've now formed like Voltron. It's three bitches versus my chick. Now, I'm Jamaican. I'm not into watching a bunch of chicks fight. I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. Like, and that was the thing. If I was gonna get active, I would have choke slammed the other chicks. Y'all not about to fight. I'm a dude. I'm not about to let y'all fight my chick. What we doing there? Like, what? So anyway, I'm there, but I'm trying to tell her to calm down because she's trying to like, oh, nah, she just hit me. They get into it again, so they run around like me. I'm just thinking, I bought this chick a fucking Louis Vuitton bag. So when I seen that on the ground, I seen one of the other chicks drive. I'm like, hold on, now, I bought that bag. Hold on, that's my $8,000. Give me that. Anyway. So they're kind of getting into it. So it's 1v3, my chick versus three of them. And I ain't gonna lie to you, I don't know if I ever said this part. This chick right here says, that's when I started wilding out, like OD wilding out. She was like, yo, give me my gun. This how you know you're in Florida. Bitches just saying, give me my gun? Like, so that's when, I ain't gonna lie, I'm Jamaican, my head just turned. I'm like, all right, I'm finna make the scene now. Fuck it. Everybody gonna know, nigga, there's only one big dog up in the bitch. So I ain't gonna lie, I made a scene afterwards. The cops came, they put her in cuffs, my chick in cuffs, and basically, like, you know, they let him out. Neither of them were gonna press charges on each other. And brought her ass home, and by the next day, this chick leaked the video. I'm like, why would you leak the video, gang? She was like, yo, what's up? What's the problem? I'm like, whatever, man. Anyway, So I guess that's my thing on girls fighting. So me, I wasn't letting it happen. I wasn't, but in reality, after my ass was on TMZ and every female blog was saying I was beating a chick up, I should just let them bitches fight. But you see what happened when you let them fight? They kill each other.
Other girls being held back from Riel. Then you see Riel walking over to her car. She opens the door and luckily someone restrains her from getting into the car. The altercation is intense. You can see this girl trying to stop Riel from getting into her car and another girl in the red dress helping the other girl to stop Riel from getting into her car. Then they're all being restrained and it seemed that somehow Riel got loose and she runs over to her car. And with the footage we've seen, this is the first time we see Claudia. And it seemed like Claudia was trying to get onto the pavement because she thought Riel
was trying to
was
sidestep.
going to drive away. But the video shows Riel turning into Claudia and an innocent bystander that was just trying to get his bike. Claudia was left in critical condition. The innocent bystander was left with life-changing injuries. And another person was caught in this collision. They had minor injuries. To make things worse, after Riel had done this, the video shows her getting out of the car, standing over Claudia to shout more things at her and even get more physical to the point where someone had to restrain her. She stood over the innocent bystander and Claudia. Riel was arrested at the scene and she's facing some serious charges. Now, I think it's important to remember.
So they charge her with attempted murder. They charge her with attempted murder, but I think... So they charge her with attempted murder, but in reality, the woman just died. So... Yeah. Yeah, apparently everyone's saying that she died. Now, yeah, look. The passing of her been confirmed by a best friend. Friend said, words can't describe my pain right now. My fucking best friend, my sister. No one understands the pain. Oh, shit. One left with the memory. Watch my best friend, someone I love, getting killed right in front of me. Left there fighting for her life, slipping away. That image doesn't leave me. Okay. This is a really crazy thing. Claudia Glam. Yeah, and if you look at the pictures or the stuff that people are posting, yeah, everyone's been posting yeah. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, I blame the dudes, man. Two chicks fighting, man, put them bitches, lift them chicks up and separate them, man. Come on. It's like women, bro. Like, come on. You gotta treat women like retarded kids. Like, sometimes, like, yo, bro, come on. Yeah, come on. Hey, stop. Stop. No hair pulling today, bro. There's no hair pulling today, right? All right. Anyway. Oh, she got OnlyFans. Oh, that's what she was known for. Okay. Anyway, let me see. Riel. Her name is Riel UK. Yeah, she's cooked, huh? So this is the other one right here. Damn, niggas is on her head top. Well, she got her wish. She's going to be the psych ward. Well, I don't know if she's going to be the psych ward. Because it kind of feels premeditated. Okay. Anyway. I gotta find out the nigga they were fighting over. Anyway, all right. Let's get back to the United States. Have y'all seen the latest with... Actually, let's get to the update with David. So there's a press conference by the DA for L.A. And let's see if we can find it. Los Angeles DA David. They did a press conference today announcing charges for the singer David in light of his arrest on Friday. And they gave more details on how they're going to prosecute this and even more information on what they believe the cause of death was. Check this out, chat.
As much as possible so that we can hear the question, process it, and answer it appropriately. District Attorney Nathan Hockman.
Do I gotta turn this shit up or something?
Good morning. My name is Nathan Hockman. I'm the district attorney.
Okay. We gotta have some better footage, bro. Come on. Yeah, they got this nigga face oily like this. Douse his face with some Crisco.
Attorney Maria.
Okay, here we go.
And the Chief of Police, Jim McDonald, coming up, and they will be speaking to you. I will ask you when we get to any questions. There's only going to be time for just a few brief questions, so this isn't going to be a long Q&A afterwards. I'm going to ask you if you could do one at a time as much as possible so that we can hear the question, process it, and answer it appropriately. District Attorney Nathan Hockman.
Good morning. My name is Nathan Hockman. I'm the district attorney of Los Angeles County. With me up here is Los Angeles Police Department Chief Jim McDonald. Also at this podium on the DA's side are the Assistant District Attorney Maria Ramirez, who oversees our special operations. We have John McKinney, who is our Director of Specialized Prosecutions. The Assistant Head Deputy District Attorney is Habib Balian of the Major Crimes Division. Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman of the Major Crimes Division will be the lead prosecutor on this case. From the Los Angeles Police Department, we also have Captain Scott Williams, who's the commanding officer of LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division, the Chief of Detectives, Alan Hamilton, the Director of Specialized Prosecutions, Mike Rimkunis, and the LAPD detectives on this case, Josh Byers and Corey Farrell. Today, I am announcing the charges against David Anthony Burke, the musician known as David, spelled D4VD, in connection with the brutal and horrific murder of Celeste, a 14-year-old at that time. These charges include the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring. That is first-degree murder with special circumstances. The special circumstances being lying in wait, committing this crime for financial gain, or murdering a witness in an investigation. These special circumstances carry with it, along with the first-degree murder charge, a maximum sentence of life without the possibility.
I think they're saying murdering a witness. I think they're saying that possibly they were already looking at him for underage, dealing with a woman underage, and then he murdered the underage woman, which she would have been a witness, right? Technically.
Possibility of parole or the death penalty. The determination on whether or not the district attorney's office will seek the death penalty will be made at a later time. Before I get into the actual charges, and there are additional charges against Mr. Burke, including continuous sexual acts, lewd and lascivious sexual acts with an individual under 14 years old, and mutilating a human remains of a body. Before I get into the description of these charges and their seriousness, I want to look at this as a parent. I am a parent of 3 children, and a parent's nightmare is a situation where your daughter goes out one night and never comes back. As we will show in a court of law, and what I also want to make sure about that the understanding of these charges is clear, is my description of these charges is not evidence that we are going to present in court. These charges, in fact, will not be evidence in the court. Evidence will be the witness testimony, the documents, and different types of admissible testimony that we will admit into court in the prosecution, and if it leads to the eventual trial of Mr. Burke, to convince a jury of 12 people beyond a reasonable doubt that each and every one of these charges is true, as well as the special allegations and circumstances that have been alleged. Now, back to this being a parent's nightmare. On April 23rd, 2025, as been alleged by the complaint, Celeste, a 14-year-old at that time, went to Mr. Burke's house in the Hollywood Hills. She was never heard from again. On September 8th, 2025, as alleged in the complaint, Miss Celeste's remains, her dismembered and decomposed remains, were found in 2 bags inside of a front trunk of a car registered to Mr. Burke. Thereafter began an investigation. The investigation was to determine who killed, who murdered Celeste months and months before. That investigation was carried out in unison and in partnership between the LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division and the District Attorney's Office. At every point in the investigation, through the arrest and the filing of charges, the LAPD and the District Attorney's Office have worked in lockstep. There's been no disagreements amongst these entities in deciding how to proceed with this case, ultimately leading to these charges today. So what you have as well with these charges is that, again, there are 3 sets of charges that have been brought. The first-degree murder with special circumstances, and again, those special circumstances are lying in wait.
By the way, I don't think they will actually murder him or actually go through the death penalty. I think California, just politically, even though, yes, they do have the death penalty open to it, you know, they really usually, unless they have you complete dead to rights, which I think based on how this case was even brought or how long it took, they usually don't even elect to go for that, you know? But if you've done some crazy shit, which this is crazy, not saying it's not crazy, they will.
That Celeste went to Mr. Burke's home on the night of April 23rd, 2025, as alleged in the complaint, at his invitation, and again, was not heard from again. The second is a special circumstance being that this murder was committed for financial gain. As the evidence will show in court, the financial gain was for Mr. Burke to maintain his very lucrative musical career that Celeste was threatening on that particular night.
Oh, shit.
The third charge, in addition to lying in wait and for financial gain, is murdering a witness to an investigation. In this particular case, as the evidence will come out in court, the witness to the investigation was Celeste. And the investigation was into the lewd and lascivious sexual acts committed by Mr. Burke that is the subject of count 2 of this complaint.
Oh, shit. Is that
with
said?
Celeste while she was under 14 years old.
Oh, so look like, wow. Chat, this is actually, we're finding out a lot. They're saying that the Celeste girl, maybe she was already talking to the cops like, yeah, this fucking creep is, you know, he fucking on me. Now, granted, who knows if David was trying to leave her or whatever the case is, but look like she would also try to threaten David with that to say, yo, you know, I'm about to go tell on your ass, right? Which already you should know, he should have knew that he's doing something wrong. Well, I mean, he should have knew of GP, like she's 14, gang. But she would, allegedly, according to this complaint, she had threatened that, yo, you know, I could ruin your music career or something like that. And he maybe in a rage of fit saying, all right, enough of that. I'm clapping you. You get what I'm saying? But damn, there was an investigation, or maybe like possibly like she had reported, or maybe she was in the process of reporting that he was fucking her. Interesting.
I had the chance to meet with some of the family members of Celeste, and their grief is uncalculable as to what happened to their daughter. What they have demanded, what we have assured them that the district attorney's office working with LAPD would give them is the idea, is the proof beyond a reasonable doubt on who killed their daughter, on how their daughter was killed, when their daughter was killed, and bring that killer to justice. That killer that we have now charged is David Anthony Burke.
Did he do it alone?
We will have questions after I speak and Chief McDonald speaks. At this point, I invite Chief McDonald to speak.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you all for being here. I want to begin by expressing my deepest condolences to the parents of Celeste Rivas. No parent or any human being should have to endure what you've gone through. Today, alongside DA Hochman and our partners at the LA County District Attorney's Office, and thanks to the tireless and hard work of our investigators at the LAPD, we're announcing the arrest and prosecution of David Burke for the murder of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas. Throughout the 7-month investigation, this department has faced criticism for how we handled the case and for our decision not to provide details. I want to be clear about something. My duty is not to fuel speculation, it's to deliver justice, and that requires patience and discipline on everybody's part. This investigation was driven by a single purpose: to secure justice for Celeste Rivas and for those who loved her. We had to be certain that nothing we did or said would ever jeopardize this case. Ms. Rivas was a reported runaway from Riverside County. During the course of our investigation, detectives learned that she had been involved in a sexual relationship with Mr. Burke when she was a minor and he was an adult. On April 23, 2025, Ms. Rivas arrived at Mr. Burke's home in the Hollywood Hills. That's the last time she was known to be alive. On September 8, 2025, Ms. Rivas's dismembered and badly decomposed body was discovered in the front trunk of Mr. Burke's impounded Tesla. From that moment forward, our investigators faced an extraordinary, difficult, and complex case. The condition of her remains delayed the medical examiner's ability to be able to determine cause of death. The substantial amount of time that passed between her death and the discovery meant that crucial evidence had degraded or disappeared. And as detectives worked to uncover the truth, they also had to sift through and debunk a great deal of false information circulating publicly. These challenges were real, and they required patience, precision, and an unwavering commitment to the facts. Despite these obstacles, and despite intense public pressure, our Robbery Homicide Division detectives remained steadfast in their duties. They recovered and analyzed a substantial amount of digital and forensic evidence. They stayed focused, disciplined, and committed to uncovering the truth. Their work, in close collaboration with the District Attorney's Office, has brought us to this moment today. I want to thank the District Attorney and his team, as always, for their partnership. This case demanded coordination, persistence, and a shared commitment to justice. Also, thank you to our media partners for showing up today and for sharing this important message with the public. And finally, to Ms. Rivas's family, we cannot undo the pain you are feeling. Our hope is that today brings some measure of accountability and a step in the journey toward healing. Please know that the Los Angeles Police Department remains fully committed to seeking justice on behalf of your daughter. Thank you.
So at this point, we'll take questions. Anything more you can tell us about the fact that she was a witness under investigation, that she reported the abuse, who was doing that? The details of the allegations that have made, particularly with that special circumstance, will be produced in court.
Did you determine the cause of death and the difficulty it was to determine both the manner, cause, and date?
So with respect to the coroner's report, we will be seeking quite quickly to provide an order to the court that now allows the coroner to release that report to the public.
Do you believe that he acted from the BBC between the finding of the body of Celeste's body or her remains? Why has it taken so long for an arrest to be made?
I think the police chief got it right, that in a situation where you don't have an eyewitness account, or we can't point to a video that shows the killer killing someone, you have to go through the very rigorous and thorough investigation to look at all the digital and forensic evidence. You have to speak with witnesses, often who are cooperative and some who are not cooperative, in order to obtain all the information necessary to decide who did what, when, how, and what their mental state was at the time. That is what we've been doing over the last, between September 8th, roughly, and today when we bring these charges on April 20th. So again, it's a type of case that you want to make sure you get maximum information. And by the way, if there's anyone out there that has material information about this particular murder or any other actions taken by Mr. Burke, please come forward to the Los Angeles Police Department, come forward to the LA County DA's office, and report that information.
Yeah, I agree with whoever who just said in the chat. Somebody said in the kick chat, like, yo, that one friend, like, there was one friend was like, yo, listen, I'm not about to keep taking up for niggas. You could tell somebody's definitely telling, but I think what this DA is kind of letting us know is that no one saw. Like, I think homie might have been, I've always said this, even when I was doing the war in Chirac, and I had a channel called Crime Fails. Niggas wouldn't have to worry about snitching if they did their crime themselves. If you gonna do crime, you don't tell your mama where you going. Don't tell your bitch where you going. Don't tell your homie where you going. Don't bring them with you. The best way to not get snitched on is if nobody else was there. And it looks like it caused the DA some problems because nobody knows. There was no other eyewitness. It's not like somebody was like, nah, yeah, I watched when she walked in the room. I ain't never see her walk out. Like, nobody, it seems, at least now, seems that no one has the info on exactly when the murder or even witnessing when it happened. So he must have killed her. And, I still think people were involved in the cover-up, but clearly he, definitely clearly, according to this guy, there was no, like, eyewitnesses, which now makes me think, the car was moved from the house. It was parked a couple blocks away. Then it was double parked. I'm wondering if he was keeping her body away from his own team, where, like, people would come over to the house sometimes frequently. Maybe he had her in the fridge at first, and then, he realized that, damn, they're about to kind of like, it's just too many people coming to the house. He takes her out of the fridge. He puts her in the car, and he just parks the car like a couple blocks away, that people at the house can't, I don't know. Like, we're going to find out more clearly.
People who are aware of this relationship, is it possible that you will be arresting other people within his circle? And did he act alone in this death?
Again, with respect to whether or not there's any other individuals or we're going to take any other actions, you will know about them if we do, but at this point, I'm not commenting.
Do you believe that you know how she was killed, beyond it being homicide? The actual cause of death?
The coroner's report will be released shortly. Because it is not currently released, I'm not going to be commenting.
But was it determined, not that, if you won't say what it was, but has it been determined how she was killed, beyond it being homicide?
The coroner has made a determination on how Celeste died, and at the point that the coroner's report becomes public, we'll be able to comment on it.
Was there a specific breakthrough last week? Is there physical evidence that ties David to this murder?
There is physical evidence and there is forensic and digital evidence that we intend to present in court to prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt.
Only a couple more questions.
Yes.
Your investigation, and just to his question, are you able to tell us exactly what the smoking gun is? And also, if you can address the issue of his visit to Santa Barbara, and that, how does it connect with the murder?
So with respect to the actual details of the evidence we're going to be presenting in court, I'm not going to do that today. As far as the concept of a smoking gun, the smoking gun is the totality of the evidence that we're going to bring to prove any case, whether it's this case or any case, beyond a reasonable doubt.
Is there any evidence that you've used other underage girls that being investigated?
An investigation is ongoing. If information comes forward on any with respect to any additional crimes, we will certainly investigate it.
One more
yes.
question. One more. There's been so much discussion about the difficulties in this case. The chief talked about it as well. What makes you confident you can prove these allegations?
What makes us confident is the totality of the evidence that has been obtained by the LAPD robbery homicide, by the work that the district attorney's office has done, that has led us to the point where we believe we can prove each and every one of these three charges and the special circumstances and the special allegation beyond a reasonable doubt.
Thank you, everybody. If you raise your hand if you have Spanish language and you need a Spanish language translation. Okay. Keep your hands up. My team will come around to you, and we will have someone to have you.
Thank you very, very much.
Just the timeline.
Sorry, everybody. Thank you.
Okay.
Has she been missing 2024?
TMZ, who has been having a lot of, exclusive sources about what they have heard, they did say I believe on Thursday or Friday, they said that the DA were kind of getting pushed along by the cops to file charges. Clearly, charges came down today. And Harvey Levin, who, by the way, their whole operation is in LA. So this is kind of like in their backyard. So I'm more inclined to pull up what Harvey's saying. But he does have some updates on what else is going on. Check this out.
Now formally charged singer David with the murder of Celeste Rivas and is alleging special circumstances. Now, a lot of the information is still vague. The DA would not get into specifics, but based on the special circumstances, I think this is a window in to what the DA is alleging. The DA is saying that the special circumstances were lying in wait and financial gain. Now, he is also
Everybody got a sniffles chat.
With having sex with a minor under the age of 14 and mutilation of a body. The sex with a minor under the age of 13 is significant. It seems like what the DA is saying. Now, he said that the financial gain is she was a witness to something, and if it got out, it would ruin his career. And killing her was a way of preventing that. So when you kind of connect the dots and put the pieces together, it seems what the DA is alleging is that Celeste was a witness to the fact that she was having sex with David.
Yeah.
In other words,
and she was
she's not just a witness, she is involved, and that she had percipient knowledge, as we say, of the circumstances that he was having sex with an underage girl. So what you would surmise is that when you look at the lying in wait charge, what you would surmise is the DA seems to be suggesting that in some way Celeste threatened to make their sexual relationship public or go to the police. Maybe they were having some kind of a dispute. That's what it seems the DA is suggesting.
That seems, yes.
And that the lying in wait is luring her over to his place and killing her so that she couldn't blow the whistle on him. Now, he didn't say that, but when you try to connect the dots of lying in wait and financial gain, for possibly ruining his career, that seems to be where it's heading. Now, when he is charged with special circumstances, that means the death penalty is on the table. It doesn't mean that that the DA will seek the death penalty, but it...
Okay. So he's kind of saying the same thing. All right. Essentially, he was in court. Let's see if we can find... They dragged him to court today. It's like an arraignment of sorts. I'll show you guys that. And I believe he was denied bail. I mean, if you have charges that carry potentially death, they usually don't give you a bond. All right, let's get past this ad. Yeah, I think homie might be cooked, you know?
Calling People versus David Anthony Burke. That's case number 26 CJC F02399.
Good morning or good afternoon, Your Honor. Blair Burke, Marilyn Bednarski, and Regina Peter on behalf of our client, David Burke, who's in custody.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Burke. For the people.
Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman for the people, Your Honor.
Thank you. And counsel, on behalf of your client, do you waive formal reading of the complaint, advisement of rights, including armed forces and veterans' rights, enter a plea of not guilty, denying any and all special allegations, enhancements, and priors?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're requesting a preliminary hearing within the period?
Yes, Your Honor. From the media reports, apparently there have been 4 months of secret grand jury proceedings. We believe that Mr. Burke is entitled at the earliest opportunity to an open preliminary hearing and the proceedings not be done in secret. So we are asking for a preliminary hearing to be set at the earliest possible date on the 10th day. Your Honor. Okay,
now that's important. So what's been happening is that, there's two ways of how charges kind of like, especially felonious charges, go about in the United States, is that you get indicted by what's called a grand jury. It's usually a secret process that will involve usually a odd amount of jurors, which is usually 13, or it could be like 25 actually, 13 or 25, which, you know, they usually have to come up with a majority vote to say there's probable cause to see if you could go to trial. That would be what's called an indictment. However, there's another way to bring someone to trial, especially on felony charges. You could have a preliminary hearing, and in that particular thing, the difference between a grand jury and a preliminary hearing, in a preliminary hearing, your lawyers are going to be arguing in front of a judge, and the prosecutor is going to be arguing in front of a judge. So the judge is going to hear both sides to some extent. In a grand jury, that's why they say grand jury could indict a ham sandwich, is because a grand jury does not usually does not see the defendant, potential defendant, and the defendant's attorneys never ever usually participate in that process usually. And because of that, if you only hear one side of the story, usually you're down to indict, right? That's why it's they say a grand jury will indict a ham sandwich. Because the grand jury has not indicted David, right? Yes, they had a grand jury that was convened for investigatory processes to be able to subpoena people and subpoena records and stuff like that. But they've never come back with an indictment. The lawyers for David are trying to say, hey, we don't want no more secret process. We don't want you to try to flip all his friends and turn them into snitches and, have them try to save their own ass if they maybe did something maybe in post to hide the body or whatever, and try to just pin it all on him, because that's what would happen in a grand jury. They're like, let's do a preliminary hearing. A$AP Rocky went to a preliminary hearing as well. And the preliminary hearing, you would sit in court and they would argue this, but it gives the defendant a chance to kind of give, some explanations, or at least like poke holes in the theory of probable cause that a judge could possibly say, nah, you guys don't have enough, right? So we're going to see if that happens. Let's see what the judge actually says about that.
We believe the actual evidence will show David Burke did not murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez, nor was he the cause of her death. And we would like to be able to have the evidence come into the light of day at the earliest opportunity in order to establish that. We're asking for April 23rd as a 3 of 10, Your Honor.
Anything from the people?
We'll be very happy to put on the evidence that we've collected in this case in the last several months.
Thank you. So the matter will be set. Plea of not guilty has been entered on behalf of Mr. Burke. The matter will be set in Department 105. The matter is ordered assigned to Judge Charlene Almeida in Department 105 for all purposes by the judge of the supervising judge of criminal.
Yes, Your Honor. If I may just put on the record, we have, as soon as the people arrived, delivered a informal discovery request consistent with Penal Code Section 1054. We have been given almost no discovery thus far. We've received a 3-page follow-up report no autopsy report, and a copy of the complaint. And we would ask the people respectfully to produce discovery at the earliest opportunity.
Your Honor, as I indicated to counsel, there's approximately 40 terabytes of discovery in this case. Moreover, in order to obtain the transcripts from a grand jury investigation, counsel has to file a motion. She knows the way the system works. I'm not able to gather those. They have to be provided after the court orders them released because it was an investigation. Second of all, if counsel
that's interesting. So a bunch of the evidence that's going to be used that is subject to being in discovery came from the grand jury. So the grand jury looked like it did help get this investigation kind of like buttoned up, but they're saying we can't give you, the grand jury hasn't came back with anything yet. So they're still in the investigative process. We can't give you anything that was reported by there. The court has to say yes. The court probably is going to say yes because, everybody's entitled to see the information they're going to be prosecuted with.
Going to a preliminary hearing within the 10 days, it is unlikely that there will be very much discovery provided within that period, given the voluminous nature and how long it's going to take to copy onto drives. In addition to that, the coroner's report was sealed in this case in order to prevent it from hampering truthful testimony from witnesses that testified at the grand jury. So an order will also have to be obtained in order to get the coroner's department, which is now the medical examiner's department, to release those materials.
Your Honor, it's surprising news given the district attorney's office held a press conference this morning where they discussed the cause of death, apparently under seal and not released by the coroner's office, as did the robbery homicide unit to the press. So we would again reiterate, we believe that Mr. Burke is entitled to discovery. We have served the
He just got charged.
notice.
He's not going to get it for a
They
while.
have 15 days to produce discovery in this case. We would ask that they do that in conscientious earnestness and as quickly as possible.
I'd ask the court to make an order today. We'll take a copy of the minute order ordering the Department of Medical Examiner to release their coroner's report in this case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The court will order that the medical examiner release the report in this case forthwith.
Thank you.
The matter set in Department 105, as the court indicated, April 23rd, 2026, as a 3:10 p.m. Anything further?
No, not at this time.
Bail to stand at no bail. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so no bail. I think homeboy's kind of cooked, man. But we'll see what his lawyers have. In this type of case, they could go about defending him in two different ways. One of the, there's an alternate theory. Like, hey, based on the information, well, she could have been killed by any amount of people. Why y'all picking out our client? That's number one. Okay, cool. The other one could be, hey, listen, unless you got all the information that really points to David being the killer, we're just not going to admit to anything. Still, he's going to have to deny the having sex with the child. It's a nasty case. Like, I think we all just kind of come to, terms with that. Even if he ain't killer, like, nigga, you're fucking a 14-year-old. You're pretty fucking nasty, right? I think that's about it. I do got to grab my dog, so I'm going to play something real quick. I need 3 minutes. 3 minutes break. So I got to play some 3 minutes. I can get my dogs, make sure they're all good. Did the Knicks win tonight? Got to make sure the Knicks caught that dub, Yeah, they're up. Yeah, easy one. Okay. Give me 1 second. Just playing something real quick. I just got to grab my dogs. Where are we at with it? Hey, shout out to the chat. Or, Chat 101. I like this guy's content. Okay. We'll react to this. Whack 100 says no jumper is bigger than Breakfast Club right now. True or false? Listen to this. I'll be right back. Let me grab my dogs.
M22 is doing interviews with nobody gang members. We don't know them niggas. Tough.
He giving them a
Tough.
name. What the
Listen
fuck?
to me. The Adam and Wax show is at right now outrunning the Breakfast Club. Shouldn't be,
Man,
but it
you
is.
sound dumb as shit. Go on
You
the
want to
internet
bet?
and say that shit.
Let's bet 100. We gonna pull the numbers. What you talking about? I'm talking about.
Bro,
I'm gonna
you go to academic.
I'm gonna go to the last episode of
Academic
the Wack
looked
and
up
Adam
to
show.
Charlemagne. You sound crazy.
Okay,
Hey,
watch
hold
this. Let's go pull the numbers.
Wack. Look, I'm gonna go to
let's go
y'all
pull the
last
numbers.
episode.
Yeah, go pull the numbers.
On there,
Nigga
and I'm gonna look at the
talking
last
about some
episode of the Breakfast Club.
Adam 22 got a whole bunch of bullshit ass interviews.
It don't matter. It's still doing the numbers it's doing.
Bro,
That
yo,
nigga's
Wack, let's keep it
interviewing
real,
nobody.
bro. The only show making bread on that platform is your show.
That's the fact.
That's the only show he got on there that makes him money.
He has no factors on there. You're the most popular person after him.
He got going. He can go.
Y'all are the most popular people on there. We don't know no Four Fingers and all these stupid ass niggas. I don't know none of these.
Hey, niggas, stop hating on the West Coast. You come over there and take your red flag. Don't be hating on the West Coast.
You boy.
Shut up.
What?
You boy.
You talking about?
They bullshit.
You crazy? You don't speak of on the West like that is.
That's what you're thinking about. You think about the Breakfast Club represent the East Coast.
I'm thinking about. No, I think where they up at.
I don't get.
No, listen to me. Breakfast Club.
Charlemagne
Like,
is
the
cool.
crowd that watches you on YouTube and that channel is totally different than a nigga going to Netflix.
Facts.
When we go to Netflix, we going to watch something else.
Yeah, but they're not just on Netflix. I don't know why you keep just saying that. We was just watching it. Them talking
They
about.
premiere on Netflix, bro. Them first release numbers is what count. I'm just telling you.
Bro, okay.
So listen,
they're not
so
just
You get what I'm trying to tell you? It premieres,
Yeah,
bro. If
so-
they premiere on YouTube versus Netflix,
Listen,
they
so you don't
YouTube numbers
get
go
the
outrun.
full show no more. You don't get the full show no more on YouTube.
You don't get it, bro.
You don't get. Listen, y'all boys. You don't get the full show no more on YouTube. You only get clips.
That's
The
it, my
full
nigga.
show. The full show
It's
they
on
post on
Netflix.
YouTube
I'm
is
not
only
talking
the
about
audio.
No, I'm not talking about the breakfast show.
Hey,
I'm
Tough,
talking
go
about-
sit in the corner right now.
He talking about the whole breakfast show. That's
No, the whole
I'm
Breakfast
talking
Club,
about
you
the
gotta go to
Breakfast
Netflix
Club
and watch
show,
it.
Breakfast Club.
Tell this nigga on
Charlemagne.
30 it's on Netflix.
Man, you're not gonna tell me no Adam 22 is doing better than
Right now, what I'm telling you, Tough,
I give a fuck
Tough,
about
what
the
I'm
Jones.
telling you.
Adam's
He's
still on
only saying
YouTube.
that because they don't post their full
For the
clips.
Breakfast Club, I don't know.
This is what I'm trying to tell you.
on YouTube no more.
Nobody telling me in the
Yes,
clip back.
his
30.
numbers are better than their numbers. Yes, he's not lying. His
Tell
numbers
him,
are
tell him the
better.
truth.
Only because they're not posting on YouTube anymore. They
Keep
on
trying to
Netflix.
tell your you emotional nigga. They on the Netflix on their whole
They're
show.
not allowed to post on the full.
That's what I'm telling
on
you.
YouTube
Niggas slow
anymore.
down and listen.
Man,
They
you talking
only
about the
post
radio
clips.
show. The interviews are still on there.
They're not. You gotta go to
Yes,
bro,
they
it's
are.
clips.
Yes, they are.
It's
Yes,
clips.
they are. Yes, they are. They're
Those
still
are
dropping
clips.
in-
The
they're dropping
whole show.
interviews on YouTube, and a
No,
nigga
it
ain't
ain't.
gonna tell me
Bro,
nothing
if
else.
the
'cause I
whole
watch
interviews
this
on
shit every
YouTube
day.
is only audio. It's not a visual.
No, it's not.
What
Tell
kind of
you, bro.
audio? I mean, what's the visual? The interview?
You cannot watch the
No,
visual
bro,
on
listen to what I'm
YouTube.
saying, so listen what I'm saying. The Breakfast Club signed a contract with Netflix. They're only allowed to post clips or the full
That's
audio version of the Breakfast Club
That's
on
it.
YouTube.
The visual you see,
Okay,
Charlemagne, you gotta go to Netflix and their numbers up.
So if you go to their YouTube, if you go to their Breakfast Club YouTube right now, there's only goddamn clips. And the
That's
full
it.
show will
So
be
why am I
audio.
looking at one day ago the Breakfast Full Show on YouTube right now? For April 17, 2026, I'm looking at it. An hour and 37 minutes on YouTube. It was posted a day ago. Why does it say that?
Where do you see this at on the Breakfast Club? The Breakfast Club is
YouTube,
Real
just ask
Power
me and I'll send it to you.
105.1
You ain't gotta talk
FM.
about
What
it.
are you talking about?
No, don't ask me what I'm talking about. Just ask me to send it to you, and I'm gonna do that.
Hey, Tough, you know what? You know what?
It's right in front of my
Tough,
face.
I had enough of you. Go sit in the corner and listen to Gucci Mane now. Go. Get over there.
Who listens
Bro,
to Gucci
that's-
Man?
Everybody's not listening.
We stopped listening to Gucci Man back in the day.
Right.
Yo, did you
I'm
click
glad
the
you
video you
said
just
that.
sent me, bro?
That's
You
tough.
click on the video,
it's only the
audio,
audio.
I'm glad you said that, Tough. This is why I'm telling you, his
The
popularity.
video you just sent me is only audio, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
He don't want to listen, 30. He's
They
a hard
cannot post the visual.
I stopped listening to
He's a
Gucci
hard
visual
head.
anymore. It's
since
only
him and
allowed
Waka
on
Flocka had
Netflix.
they
You're a hard head, Tough. You need to listen and learn, nephew.
It's
only the audio.
I read the contract my damn
Now.
self, homie.
Now, go look at Netflix and how many views. That shit ain't doing no views. Niggas go to Netflix to watch movies. They don't want to listen to Breakfast Club.
That's what I'm saying. If that video you just sent me, that's only the audio.
The only reason why I'm saying what I see on 30
Is this
no,
even worth
you know,
talking
Wax
about?
playing-
Is this worth talking about or not? Is this worth talking about? Okay. What's it? Says no jumper is bigger than It's bigger than the Breakfast Club. Is it worth? Somebody says, yo, act this content for the unemployed. Man, what's wrong with y'all, man? Wow. Chat, I'm gonna keep it a bean with y'all, chat. I'm sick and tired of Ebro just putting my name in every fucking thing. I feel like he's baiting me for promotion right now. Like I got all the responses. It's just that I think he's trying to escape doing the work of like being relevant. So he's trying to the low hanging fruit is getting the back and forth with me. No, I think he should get some good opinions that people could talk about. So I don't want to talk about him no more. All right. I already gave them some verbal lashings. It's okay. I'm not gonna keep responding to him. I think they talk about me every show now. It's okay. It's okay. I remember when y'all were on Hot 97, y'all didn't like talking about me. So, yeah. Anyway. All right. Let's get to the Ben 10 situation with All-Star JR. All right. If you guys haven't noticed, or I guess I do have some information that might be, new. By the way, Ben 10 and All-Star JR are going back and forth. If you don't know, Ben 10 posted this. He says, somebody, please come pay me for an interview because dude is selling them fake-ass dreams and nightmare story. Okay? Now, I want to be very clear and also transparent. So Ben 10 called me. Ben 10 called me, 3 called me. And I had a really good conversation with them. For the purpose of respecting Ben 10 having his own voice to speak and give his own story, some of what he has clarified to me or told me, I'm going to leave for whenever he wants to, and he does want to speak. He did say he's watching homie make, trying to run up a bag off of him. He's like, yo, it's like, Ack, I rock with you. It's like, I'll rock with, I'll do anything with you free. But it's like, man, if somebody got a bag out there for me, I'll do an interview from the motherfucking, hospital bed. Anyway, I did get some good updates, and 3 did give me some information I could relate to y'all. So let's start there. First and foremost is this. I spoke to Ben 10, and despite what anyone is saying, and again, this is not, I spoke to him on FaceTime. This is not AI. I don't think you guys think the 4K Trey guys is that good at AI that they could just like FaceTime me something. He showed me he does have a neck brace on. I didn't see any bullet wounds. I didn't see any bullet wounds on his chest. I think he did say, and again, I want to let him say his stuff. He was very perturbed by the explanation or how All-Star JR is saying stuff happen. He's like, do the Ben 10 challenge. That's when you shoot a pussy nigga 5 times. And he's like, the guy never shot me 5 times. He's like, yo, yeah, I got hurt. But I think it said, I didn't see the injury. I think it said the back of his head or something like that. There's no gunshot wounds on his face, neck, chest area. He looked completely normal. He was moving his limbs. And actually, I think his barber was coming up to give him a haircut when I was speaking to him. Yeah, so, obviously, he has his own other story to tell about that. I'm going to leave that for him to speak whenever he wants to speak. But, he definitely, I think he was sitting back watching the stuff, and he's like, he just really disagreed and felt like All-Star JR was lying and was going up in clout in line about what happened to him. He's not ashamed to say something happened. He's just saying that didn't happen. Also, this idea that supposedly All-Star JR took his gun and shot him with it. To quote him, he said, yo, Ack, I don't carry little guns like that. That was my shit, okay? For the rest of the story about what Ben 10, I'll let, him tell his story whenever he can, but he's not paralyzed. It actually looks like he's already started in physical therapy and whatever. And I think, you know, I don't want to call the YouTubers who did say like he was on life support, I don't want to call them liars necessarily, but you know, he did confirm that I think when he did get first hospitalized, he was in shock. So I don't know what that means. So I don't know, you know, medically how that works out, but he was completely fine. I'm telling you, like the dude was cracking jokes on me. Like yo, I think you got a booger, you know, like he was in a good, I'm gonna be honest with you, I was shocked he was in that great of spirits. You know what I mean? And I would say like in reality, you know, even talking to Three, they even, you know, they're really level-headed dudes. You know what I mean? These dudes, you could tell, like, you know, I can't certify if nobody's gangster or nothing, but, like, they were like, yo, it was like, yo, the way we looking at it, the nigga wasn't in the wrong. It's just that the nigga's lying about everything. So I guess they kind of agree that the nigga was, you know, whatever. Anyway, yeah. Let me see. What should I clear up? Okay. Oh. And talking to 10 and talking to 3, I will be honest, they both cleared Jay Prince Jr. Okay? This is how it was explained to me. They said Jay Prince Jr. didn't tell us to do nothing. We're not, nobody running around getting controlled by Jay Prince Jr. They said basically, and this was like pretty much the, this made sense. And I'm not going to lie, you know, maybe it's because he used a situation or he used me as like an example. And I was like, I could see that being the case. Because like 10 basically said, 10's like, yo, act. Put it like this. I saw you like down there every night at Young Boy's show. I'm back there, you back there. He's like, if niggas, if I seen a nigga kind of getting into it with you, I'm doing the same shit to that nigga too. Like, we getting it on with him. I'm not going, you my partner, you Top's partner, like, I'm with it. So I hope you could kind of get what he's trying to say. He's like, it's not that Jay Prince Jr. never told him like, yo, go get this. I think they're at this venue. This is OG3's birthday, right? 10 don't even really know Jay Prince Jr. like that. 3 is cool with Jay Prince Jr. They, you know, they reconciled, blah, blah, blah. And Jay Prince Jr. shows up late. Niggas didn't even know he was even going to show up. He shows up supposedly like, you know, niggas didn't even know the All-Star JR nigga was there. They didn't know the significance of him or nothing like that because the 4K trade niggas don't really got no problem with him. Apparently when Jay Prince Jr. show up, he like locks eyes with the nigga or something like that. And niggas, cause I don't know if they have words, but niggas can see there's tension. Now, the 4K trade niggas is like, bro, if you know, they basically just on go like, nigga, we not about to just like mean mug a nigga. Like, yo, let's go, let's get that nigga. So it's kind of like something of the sort like that. Obviously, you know, a fucked up situation in a lot of sense. You know, I talked to 3 people who saying that 3 left. You know, this was a birthday event. Ben 10's daughter's there. OG3's mama is there. This is not that event. You know what I mean? It's not that event to be doing all of these things. You know what I mean? And I ain't gonna lie to you, like, truth be told, like, you know, even 3 said, 3 was like, yo, 10 kind of apologized to me for even getting on that type of time because it shouldn't have been that. You know what I mean? Like, it's a birthday party. You got a family around, this and third. And, you know, we had conversations about shit like that. So, you know, and the idea of 3 leaving or running and leaving Ben 10, straight up he tells me, it's like, yo, bro, clearly that's not true. You know what I mean? He's like, yo, the first order of business, when shit start going down, I got to get 10's daughter out of there. I got to get my mama out of there. There's a woman that was, I didn't even know that was 3. There's a woman that was pulling on a dude that was 3's mom. And essentially he got all the family out of there. And you see, when he came back, shit already kind of happened. But at that point, there's police rushing in. So, you know what I mean? It's like, anyway. So, yeah. I'm trying to think about, you know, I'm trying to think about anything else. I'm trying to think. Yeah, and apparently, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't even know what I could say and what I could not say. 10 got to tell his own story, man. Out of respect for him, I want him to be able to tell his own story. He was even down to get on an interview. He's like, yo, if a nigga got a bag and they want me to interview with the nigga, I'll interview with the nigga. You know what I mean? And apparently, I don't know what I can say. I can't say. But I'll just say this. I'll say this. No, I ain't gonna say it because this like I don't know what was being investigated. Let's just say, that supposedly, from what I'm hearing, there was a confiscation of certain shit before, and niggas still was doing the most afterwards, and then that's what happened. But apparently, some shit got confiscated, and I think they kind of, they kept it real. They're like, yo, listen, don't lie, niggas did a lot, and somehow it turned out in homie's favor, with him finding a shot. But in reality, both of them are fine. Okay, Ron, he's fine. 10, he's fine. And 10 did say, after watching, that's why he called me after watching the Dogface interview. And I think Dogface said he got like some strategy from, what's the guy named King AK-47? Basically, 10 agreed and said, I wish I didn't say nothing, because when everyone was going with the like, oh, he died, like he said he was watching and shit, like what the fuck? Like, so he's never been as hurt as people said. Like everybody who said he was on life support was lying. But he, he agreed that he kind of got baited to kind of post the videos of him in the hospital to, kind of like show that niggas was lying. But like, I guess he's looking at it from like a monetary perspective or whatever. He's like, yo, man, I should just let them niggas think whatever. But where Dogface had said, yo, we said so-and-so happened, that he was going to prove that it didn't happen, and now we could find out his real status. And he basically admitted, yeah, them niggas actually, that shit actually worked. Because he was like, nigga, we were chilling the whole time. Like, nobody was on life support. Nobody's on none of this shit. But we only showed ourselves. So we went online because that nigga was saying that I'm about to die, which I'm not. I'm cooling. I'm chilling. I'm having a good time. Like, not like good time, but, so. Anyway, but yeah, 3 wanted to make it clear, he's just not going to be doing the internet back and forth with homie. That's just not what he's doing. He's like, yo, he actually told me directly. He said, yo, my biggest regret of recent time is that I even went online to address any nigga on the internet about some shit that could have been real shit. And I think he was talking about the NLE Chopper thing. So he's learning his lesson from that. That's why he's not speaking on anything. But obviously now they're saying, yo, he ran from whatever. He just wanted to be known that he never ran from anything. This was an event. That was his birthday party that, got family, kids there. He made sure that people got out of the fucking way. And he also still came back. That's just what it is. So just kind of let you know what's being said. And somebody said, oh, he's in the hospital for a week. Yo, I'm telling you, I was on the phone with him. He was in very jovial spirits, man. He was cracking jokes. He looked fine. It said Ron lost a finger. Did he? From what I'm seeing, it looks like there was only 2 shots that connected. Looked like there was only 2 shots that connected. And looked like Ron got shot in the hand. And 10 got shot like either around the neck area or maybe like the head. I don't know. but there was no whatever. So somebody said I look compromised. No, I'm not compromised. They told me a story, but they also said, yo, listen, we're down to do an interview for some money. So because we're down to do an interview for some money, yo, 3 was like, yo, you could whatever I tell you, you could tell them. I don't like, you know what I mean? I ain't going online with no whatever. 10 want to do an interview. Like 10 is like, yo, nigga, I'll do an interview in this bitch. Like, I'm good. I do an interview. Like niggas could, I'll get on FaceTime with that nigga in this bitch. I don't give a fuck. So because of that, the conversation I had with him and some of the details he told me, right? I'm not going to just say everything to make, to tell his story before he could tell his story. Do you get what I'm saying? I think you guys get it. Yeah, nah, he's not looking for money from me for no shit like that, right? Someone said they trying to no. First of all, I don't even pay for interviews like that, right? Like he's not looking at me for like, oh, you pay me. He's saying that, yo, if you could get one of these niggas who pay for interviews, nigga, I was gonna ask Chop Lil Ross or one of them niggas. Like, yo, how much I got for Ben 10 right now, man? You feel what I'm saying? Yeah, so like, listen, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'll put it out there, yo, Vlad, if you want that interview, shit. Like, I told him I'm gonna get a bag for him. So that's why I ain't telling this nigga story. I gonna get a bag for y'all niggas. So Ben 10 is like, nah, he gonna, yo, Ben 10, like, he was popping it. He was like, man, if niggas gonna do the challenge, you gotta keep it 100. Doing the challenge is getting shot one time, okay? Still in the hospital, chilling, I'm eating, like, whatever. Like, I talked to the nurse. The nurse was in it. He told the nurse, so you could tell him. I say, yo, was he on life support? I said, no, he was never on life support. Yeah, nah, I ain't gonna lie. So from the story I kind of heard, it's kind of like Ben 10 was on bad timing that day. Like, you know what I mean? 3 was telling him, and because 3 was saying that, yo, to be honest, and all that shit, he said, yo, I was trying to stop that shit from happening. But he's like, yo, you know how, them niggas is like, niggas is wolves, is like, yo, once shit start, it's hard for a nigga to stop it. Now, granted, the only thing about this is we got to watch about, and no, he's not handcuffed, none of that. Like, I'm telling you, he's completely fine. He's completely fine. He's completely chilling. Again, for anybody who's going to say it's not true, I talked to him on FaceTime. Like, the nigga say, yo, look. Nigga, show me his chest. There's nothing. There's little monitors on him, but there's no bullet wounds here. I didn't see a bullet wound. That's what I'm saying. But I think he got shot, like, back here. Like, here. Like, back here. So he didn't turn around, obviously, and there's a neck brace he has on. But I didn't see no bullets in his chest, in his neck, at least front part of his neck. And his face looks fine. And, yeah. Somebody said, did he wiggle his feet? Like, all right, we didn't do that. Like, yo, what's up with y'all? Nah, he was good, though. Yeah, and pretty much, I think, he of course called Dogface a liar, but he's saying that Dogface lies baited him out low-key. He's like, he ain't gonna lie, like, Dogface lie baited him out to show himself, because, like, the nigga said he was on life support, so that's why he posted. So, basically, Dogface came on and was like, yeah, nigga, like, we just said that just that they could post themselves. And it worked. Somebody said you need me in boots on ground, monitoring the ice melt. Anyway, they're not stopping, though, before we get to another topic. All-Star JR posted this. It said, what's crazy I ain't tell y'all I spit on the Goofy after he got flamed. thick ass neck brace. Did you get popped or get in a 10-car pileup? I ain't doing your interview, bro. It's over. I guess Ben 10 called him in the hospital. He said, I ain't trying to talk, nigga. Send me that challenge, pussy. He said, oh, you really a bitch. And he sent him a picture, I guess. He says the nigga in the hospital full of bullets. And Ben 10 says, you pick up. You know I ain't full of no fucking bullets. The nigga says, well, duh, bitch. You been in the hospital 100 days. He says, for sure. He says, you wipe that spit off your face, of your pussy ass face. How it feel that everybody left your bum ass to die? Nigga ain't cut you a bum ass a do boy. Now the only thing I'm gonna say this one last part. I'm gonna say this one. Everything else I'm gonna leave for Ben 10 to say. This is what they say happened. Okay, I'm gonna say allegedly. So they saying, I guess, so Jay Prince Jr. comes off the elevator, right? He late as fuck, right? He come off the elevator. He sees the 10, not 10, All-Star JR, okay? I'm gonna keep it a bean. They said Ben 10 was on bad timing. Like, you know what I mean? It was like, apparently they went to some other spot. They said 10 was just, it was just one of them days. He itching to just get on niggas' ass type shit. You feel me? 3 is like, yo, bro, it's my birthday, nigga. Chill, broski, chill. We got our family in here, your daughter here, my mama here. Chill. 10 is on bad timing, all right? Cool. So they at this dinner, everything is cool. Like, they kind of see this nigga, but they don't really know whatever. When Jay Prince Jr. come on, like, he see the nigga, and I think they might have had some words, but now it's a little tense. 10 been on bad timing the whole day, bro. It's like, you know, you could tell King Von was on bad timing. Oh, wait, I shouldn't use that fucking, okay. But it was on bad timing, bro. So basically, 10 of them get on JR. That's what I'm hearing. Get on JR's ass. Now, from what I'm hearing, they did a confiscation. It was like, all right, let's get this. We got this. Like, it's, you know what I mean? Like, well, let's relieve you. You know what I mean? It's Cuban is ours. You feel me? Like, that's what I'm hearing. Yo, you feel me? Like, now, this is the part that, you know, I don't know about. Because they're saying what we're watching is not like, it's like a drawn out process, because they kind of beat homie up and then they kind of go back and start getting, I don't know why, but they start getting back at him. All I heard is this. They say, yo, we knocked the nigga out like 4 times. I don't know. That's what I'm hearing. So we knocked the nigga like 4 times. And they said his chain already gone. Like, he already got, niggas already took whatever they took from him. They said on the 4th time, this is crazy. They said we had to wake the nigga up. Now, I don't know if this is believable. They said we had to wake the nigga up. Imagine, they said they woke the nigga up from being knocked out. And they said, I ain't gonna lie, I swear. Well, that's what they told me. They said the 4th time after he been knocked out, like, because it was just, they just kept, they said, we don't know how this nigga found that strength, but the nigga was just moving. And all of a sudden, I guess somebody dropped some, blah, blah, blah. And that's when that happened. But I think they thought that, yo, we done knocked him out, robbed him, did whatever. Like, this nigga's weak as, but they said that nigga woke up with like a demon in him, yo, and just grabbed whatever and, you know, da-da-da-da and da-da-da-da. But they're saying that the confiscation already happened. And because the way they would tell me is like, they was keeping it real. They were like, yo, I ain't gonna lie. It did too much to that nigga. Like, yo, we already took the shit. Like, you know what I mean? We just give it BTA. You know what I mean? Just applying a little bit of belt. But that one time he woke up, the nigga woke up like he was on some peptides, bro. Like, that nigga just, I don't know. So the nigga woke up and started tussling again. And the nigga managed to get free and grab some shit that fell on the ground. Which, I don't know, that kind of makes sense, because if supposedly JR's chain is still confiscated. Allegedly, I don't know. Supposedly it's still confiscated, which you would imagine how it's still confiscated if he shot the dudes. But apparently that when they said they woke him up 4 times, bro. Like I don't know, that sounded crazy. You imagine knocking a nigga out 4 times. You knock him out once and you wake up, bro. All right, knock him out again. And they said it was the 4th time, bro. But they said on the 4th time the nigga was on some other shit, like he actually had strength. Like, bro, I don't know, bro. I don't know, nigga. Nah, 10 gonna be good though. 10's gonna be good. I'm gonna be honest. 10's gonna be good, bro. At first when he called and I looked at it, I'm like, oh shit, it's a ghost. Three just not trying to do the police shit, brother. I could tell that nigga just does not want to, you know what I mean? That nigga does not want to, you know what I mean? Only thing that nigga told me is like, yo, bro, listen, like, nigga, in my section in Houston, nigga, ain't nobody fuck with us, man. It's like, yo, listen, you know, they ain't got no problems with no J. Prince Jr. They don't got no problems with, but he said, yo, nigga, so we stand on business down here where I'm moving around in Houston. Come on, man, niggas not playing with us. Niggas not playing with us. So, but they didn't say you can't blame J. Prince Jr. You know what I mean? I think they just seen J. Prince Jr. that didn't like somebody, and they probably looking at this nigga like, oh, this nigga's a lick. Let's get this nigga, man. That do sound like some 4K trade shit though. So let's get this nigga, man. Let's hop him. Wait. Why y'all saying it's big cap? I don't get it. And 10 then says, y'all telling the story for the police. Y'all literally got the information from him. It's so much I want to say, but I'm real, and they got real street niggas watching me. I refuse to let us down. Wait, what y'all think I'm lying? Nigga, I'm not. Fuck am I lying for? That's exactly what they told me. I kind of believe both of the stories. I'm gonna be honest with you. 3 and 10 didn't tell me no story. That's unbelievable. Like my nigga, bruh, dead ass 3 told me this. 3 said, I'm gonna keep it a being with you. I can't say the nigga wrong for nothing he did. That's what 3 said. So I can't say he wrong for nothing he did. But the nigga online now and he woofing it and he capping about everything. So like he kind of keeping it mad G on some shit like, all right, nigga, we bust a move on a nigga and shit, the nigga got Bob, whatever, and it turned into whatever. We ain't like shit, that's how shit go. Like some, all right, that's how shit go. You can't blame the nigga for da-da-da-da. But now he online and he's just saying all type of lies. That's what his demeanor is. Like, yo, he's saying shit like, yo, you know, he took a gun from 10. He ain't take no gun from 10. Oh, 3 ran. 3 ain't run. That's how they telling me. I'm being honest. I'm pretty sure JR gonna have his response to it or whatever. But I'm incredibly happy that 10 gonna be fine, bro. 10 gonna be fine. Somebody said if JR got knocked out 10 times, you said he look. I ain't gonna lie. Somebody pointed that out to me. They were like, yo, Ack, how could that story be true? If he got knocked out like 4 times, how come JR didn't have a scratch on him? That's a good point. Hey, listen, I'm not saying that's not a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. A nigga that get knocked out 4 times gonna look fucked up. But in good news, I think he was only shot 1 time, bro. And not saying it's good that he got shot at all, but you know, shit. I thought this idea of being paralyzed was like, holy shit, right? Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. This nigga know how to milk this shit. This nigga's doing promos.
Never, if you trying to get some weight, I'm pulling up this shit together. Ay, how the fuck is niggas demons with a crew of hoes? How is you a kingpin? Your daddy run the show, acting like you trapping, nigga. You can't.
Yeah, I don't think J Prince Jr. even got involved though.
The valet nigga 250. These niggas always end up hoes. They like Bruce Jenner. I'll hold your mans in every single group member. I ain't worried about a nigga seeing me. I shoot niggas. I done seen it all hustling this lifetime. I'll pull a foreign in the Herman Gardens right now. Hit a nigga city first time, start a pipeline. Niggas turn to haters when you used to.
Altercation originally in it.
Yeah, this nigga seen views like he never seen before, huh? Okay, so at least we got what's the name cleared, J Prince Jr., right? So J Prince Jr., we could get his name cleared. Oh, shit. Damn. DDG getting the key to the city? All right. Okay. Makes sense. Somebody said they lying to me? I mean, I think the truth is like in the middle, right? Truth is in the middle. I don't think it's far-fetched to think that they were beating up JR, and then somehow, some way, he got away and got the gun. Yeah, I'm not. I think that's reasonable. But it's also like this idea of him being on life support. There's no proof of that. All right. I don't want to call. Should I call dog? Nah. I think we've kind of. Dogface. Yeah, Dogface hates J Prince. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Black people who we think about business savvy. We think
this is Dogface, by the way.
In the position.
You know who the funniest person is? The funniest person is P. Youngin, young. P. Youngin is hilarious. Is that his name? Yeah, P. Youngin. P. Youngin came out recently, and he was just like, yo, he was just like, yo, act. Show me this nigga Dogface face. Am I saying his name right, or spelling that right? P. Youngin. Oh, maybe it's... The funniest thing he said? He said, yo, I need to see that nigga face. And he's like, yo, I got good memory. And I was just like, that's it? Nah, P. Young is kind of hilarious. I ain't gonna lie to you. P. Young is actually hilarious. This is what he said. Listen to this.
Say, goddammit, tell your little partner, whoever you be calling, whoever you be fake getting your little information from, hey, tell that nigga stop hiding his face. Let me see his face, bro. Then whoever do it is he on the phone talking about a nigga ain't NBA.
Do you know this guy named P. Youngin? He's associated with...
I don't know that broke ass little goofy dumb ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? He just running his mouth trying to get clout. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, he not even NBA official. Nigga, you not even NBA. Nigga, you ain't running around with them. Nigga, show us a picture with you with the niggas in the last 30 days.
Stay old school. Man, on key. On my kids, I'ma bat the fuck out you when I see you. On Trent. And if you try to do something, I'ma hit you with that fire on key. You must have heard about the last security guard who had an interview on the phone.
Oh, shit.
Man, stop playing with me, bro.
Wait, what happened to the last security guard, chat? But this is Dogface. So, P. Youngin, I know you got good memory. He's
Stop hiding his face. Let me see his face, bro. Then whoever do it is he on the phone.
NBA,
the fuck out you when I see you.
Oh, man. All right. So.
What's up? Check this out.
Stop playing with me, bro.
As y'all can see.
Okay.
Position to win. But like he said in his book, right? Did you ever read a singer's book?
Yeah, a little bit. I didn't read it all.
Listen,
but it was
one of the
good,
things
though.
that he said. I'm gonna answer your question with this. Don't think I forgot it.
Yeah.
One of the things that Singer said in his book, The Art, we just gonna call it The Art, right? Is he talked about the dichotomy of how black people raise their children, black people who live in poverty, and black people who have some degree of affluence. He talked about how black people who raise their kids in the ghetto, right? They don't shield their kids for anything. They want their kids to see the world for what it is because they think they're making them stronger by showing them drugs, by showing them all the crazy shit that goes on in the community. They want them to see it because they know if I can see it, if I can teach them this at a young age, they know how to navigate their way around all the crazy shit they're gonna be subjected to see, right?
Right.
So black people who live in the ghetto, they don't protect them kids for nothing. They want the kids to see the worst of the worst because if I show you the worst of the worst,
you talking about Jay Prince Jr. or something like that?
How unapologetic and how raw he was.
Right.
In the face of from up north trying to hold him back. Jay Prince Jr. is single-handedly tarnishing the reputation and tarnishing the image and tarnishing the legacy of everything that his father built because he's trying to be something that he is not. You're not a gangster. You grew up, you went to private school, you were born a millionaire. He probably came home from the hospital in a Rolls Royce, right? Mm-hmm. So when you look at who he is and the level of education that he really has, because he's no dummy, he's a super educated. When you look at the position he finds himself in, he finds himself in positions that even who grew up in the most destitute set of circumstances don't find themselves in that position. And it's because he really green when it comes to the street. He doing by trial and error, bro. He doing by trial. Jay Prince Jr. is doing that who were born and raised in poverty know better than to do. Because he's trying to be his old man, right? But he's going about it all the wrong way. That respect, he doesn't really understand respect. He's saying it's like a talking point for him, like a politician now. Junior is a politician. He knows all the right things to say. But when he's put in a situation to where he has to live up to that, he has failed miserably every time. From the takeoff situation to the Duke the Jeweler situation, right? And now to this situation here, all epic fails. And there's been other smaller events that have taken place since Singer gave him control of the reins. Now, can we control what our kids do? No. We raise them to the best of our ability and we set them free and we hope they make us proud. So I'm not blaming him, but in a sense, I am blaming him because he made that man the face of all things Rap-A-Lot, of all things Mob Ties, and he was not ready. And he's proved.
All right, man. Okay. That's Dollface. Did y'all see Gucci Man who popped out to do a performance? First time we've seen him since the news has broken. The charges came down for Pooh Shiesty robbing and kidnapping him. Gucci just decided to pop out to a, I believe like an Alabama game or something like that. And he was just going to perform. And, you know, there's a bunch of videos of him performing. Check this out.
But it's not like Jimmy.
Now, his wife posted this: "My husband is my world, and I'll forever ride for him, Mrs. Guwap." And then people pointed out that, while he was walking out to the venue, he was called a rat. Listen to this. You heard somebody say you a rat, Gucci? And somebody kept saying you a rat. Damn, is this Gucci's new life? Getting called a rat in public? I don't know why Gucci just kind of feel like he on autopilot, man. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Gucci just kind of come across like he's on autopilot. Gucci, man. Yeah, he just kind of come across like he's just on autopilot, man. Like, seriously. Like, I don't even know how he responds to stuff. Like, I even saw him, like, on the field, and he's, like, kind of doing an interview. But, like, his answers just kind of, like, I hate to say clone, but, like, he just seemed like he's not himself. This is back in the day.
You can just pay, get out of jail, and just snitch forever. In the rap game, manager, driver, artist, and the people are doing it. They did it to me. And I've been rapping about it, but I couldn't really just say it because I was on probation the whole time, but I used to try to say it in my raps. You know, how you snitch on me, you grew up with me. I used to say it so many little things, but people just thought it was just
who hosted
rap.
us?
You know, but a couple of people knew. Like, damn.
Who hosted us on Kick? Damn, I want to tell him thanks. Yeah, I think Gucci's new life. A 2K? Oh, salute to 2K. Oh, talks with 2K? Oh, damn, tell him what up. Appreciate him. So it looked like Gucci Mane's like new life is people just call him a rat, bro. Like, never thought it would get here.
Looking forward to this.
Look.
Yeah, it's been special. What do you make of this crowd?
Every answer Gucci Mane gives, it just kind of feels like he's telepathically communicating with his wife to get the answer, bro.
I'm loving it. I love the energy.
What can you tell me about your set list?
I'm going to mix the old with the new. You know what I'm saying? That's guaranteed to work.
Any message for the fans?
Oh, just get ready for the show. It's going to be a good time.
I can't wait. Enjoy.
Thank you. My pleasure.
All right. Gucci
and all, and just being a Gucci Mane face right here. The other for how raw.
Damn, man.
Hey,
one thing I gotta say though, like I was saying that Gucci wasn't gonna be able to handle people heckling him and whole internet calling him a rat. The more I see him like kind of comfortable with it, that nigga might really take the stand. I always be like, yeah, it's preposterous. He's not taking a stand. The more I see him just being able to brush it off his shoulder, they already call him a rat. It's not like they're gonna not call him a rat. You know what I mean? Like on some YSL Woody shit. Like, nah, he went up there and he spun them. Like he helped Pooh Shiesty. I think he might actually take the stand and just be like, yeah, that nigga kidnapped me. Yeah, that nigga pull out a Drake on me. Yeah, holy shit. And Gucci's a different man, yo. I'm with 1090 Jake.
No, that's not exactly true because his cameraman noticed that there was some sort of serious situation that was happening in that room.
The cameraman, the paperwork states the cameraman noticed the conversation was becoming intense. And it also says he saw Big 30 recording him, which he thought was him just recording him for, promotion, whatever.
Right.
It never stated that they saw him at gunpoint. It never stated that they saw him getting his jewelry taken. None of that shit. So they could have walked out of that room and just left. But instead, everybody else pulled out guns. As soon as they walked out, the cameraman got robbed. Gucci's homie from Zone 6 got robbed. It just went down. And that kind of shows, unless someone walked in and was like, hey, get them too, if they just did it because they knew it was going to happen, that shows it was planned out. This was a formulated plan from the get.
Now, let me add some context to this. So, the charges that Shiesty has, I really think they're really starting to look favorable for Shiesty, because proving them is gonna rely on a lot of things. So he has conspiracy to commit kidnapping. Well, based on how federal laws work, it has to be established that this conspiracy started with going across state lines and doing things that's going to affect interstate commerce. Now, granted, like, yeah, booking a student session in another state, that will. Booking a car and driving across, yeah, that will for interstate commerce. But how do you prove that they had this plan from all the way in Memphis? Especially when they have a good alibi. We were trying to just record music with Shiesty. Shiesty's in Dallas, so we went to Dallas to record music. How could you prove that this plan or this conspiracy, which is the plan, how can you prove that the conspiracy started before they got to Dallas, or they knew about this or they planned this before they crossed state lines? That's going to be a problem, right? Unless one of these guys starts snitching, or maybe they have, like, in their phone, they're like, yo, just make sure you put my drink in my bag, because, we're going to rob this nigga when we get there. How do you know that this was actually premeditated and planned, right?
Yeah, we're going to take everybody's shit in here. And it went all the way left, bro. And it's like, you can't even say that prison turned Pooh Shiesty up because he crashed out and shot somebody in the ass over some sneakers. So it's like, it seems like he's just been a crash dummy from the get-go.
Well, yeah, the cameraman contacted Gucci security because he said that something seems to be going wrong in the studio. You're right. He probably didn't witness the gun to Gucci's head and whatever robbery was happening in that particular room, if it actually happened in the room. But he called the security, who was an off-duty cop. And I guess security tried to go into the room, but they're saying that Big 30 ended up barricading the door.
Yeah, Big 30 blocked the doorway and the security saw that. So the thing is, this is another surprising factor in this case, is half the internet was like, Gucci's a rat. The other half was like, oh, Gucci didn't snitch. He had off-duty cops. They're the ones that snitched. They weren't even in the fucking room. One of the security guards stayed in the lobby of the business because it's a whole building. It's not just a recording studio. It's an entire building with different businesses. He stayed in the lobby. The other security officer stayed in the vehicle that they were transported in. They get the text. They both end up in the lobby. They try to breach the room, but Big 30 is in the way. And when they made a point of contact, they look in and all they see is this from however many different people. You know what I mean? And I said in my video that I made on the situation, they saw more Drakes than that look-alike contest. So when they look in the room, all they see is barrels facing them. They backed off because they were outgunned. They couldn't do a fuck thing. And that was it. So the security didn't witness a robbery, didn't witness the signature. They didn't witness anything. There's nothing they witnessed other than guns being pointed at them.
I agree.
And then they escort Gucci Man without any of his jewelry back to the vehicle.
Yeah, it's insane. It's absolutely insane. And I guess one of the guys that was with Pooh Shiesty was like threatening to shoot like the cameraman or the other guy, because he kept moving. And everyone got robbed. And then people start posting the robbery items on social media. The watches, the chain, the stacks of money.
Yeah, I still think that's weak evidence. They didn't find it. All they had to be like, yo, listen, we're in music. People lend us chains. These are prop chains. These are Mosinite. So, like, one of the problems I think the feds has with the case is that you claim niggas recorded on their phone. Did you seize the phone? Did you find the video that was recorded? You claim that, what else? You claim that there was watches taken. Did you find any of these items at these people's houses? If none of the things taken were found at all, it kind of just becomes like a he said, she said, right?
I really wonder if Pooh Shiesty said, hey guys, after we rob these guys, let's not post it on social media, okay? That would be a bad idea. I wonder if that conversation ever happened.
I mean, he's probably thinking, you know, I got to feed the wolves and just let them do what they do. Because the saddest part about this situation isn't, you know, the robbery. It's not the wedding ring. Gucci got robbed for over $500,000 worth of shit himself. Altogether, the robbery was worth over $600,000. The saddest part about the situation is half of the robbery team that did the shit had to take a bus back to Memphis. They didn't have a private jet. They didn't have any fucking rental, nothing. They had to take a Greyhound bus, the same bus you get when you get out of prison. They took a Greyhound bus back to Memphis, did whatever they did with whatever they got, and now they're all locked up.
Well, that's not exactly accurate because they had a Hellcat that got stolen at the motel. I don't know if you caught that part.
The Hellcat, they said, was under Big 30's father's name.
Right, but it got stolen.
From who?
Yeah, that's out of the parking lot at the motel.
I don't know about that. All I read was in the paperwork, it stated they took a bus back.
Paperwork. No, it's in the paperwork. Yeah, I don't know if you missed that part, but I remember when I interviewed Big 30's lawyer, he's like, yeah, that's true. The Hellcat got stolen. Big 30 and all the other guys go to a hotel at the Comfort Inn where they stayed overnight. But I guess the Hellcat was stolen the next morning?
Yeah. Yeah. That's
crazy.
That is crazy.
I don't think I paid attention to that part. I think I was just more so blown away by they had a $600,000 robbery and they're taking a bus.
The Dodge Charger Hellcat was stolen from the Comfort Inn in the early morning hours of January 11, 2026. It was reported stolen by an individual TA on January 13, 2026, shortly after Wright left the Dallas area.
So it was taken from them?
They were staying they were staying at the Comfort Inn because here's the thing. Pooh Shiesty and his dad had an apartment in Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else was out of town and they were staying at the Comfort Inn. So one of the cars was the Hellcat and it was parked in the parking lot and it got stolen that.
All right. Anyway, chat, listen, I need everybody to move on over to Kick, man. We got about like 2 more hours. I got an update on the Ashley Janae thing and I got to cover this Tory situation. I got Tory. What else? I feel like I had some more topics. The Ashley Janae thing. I don't know if niggas is lying about this shit now, but this story never ends. They claiming homie had a secret wife, everything. And we got to cover it. So Tory's suing the jail for $100 million. Tory's suing the jail $100 million. A lot of people, a lot of legal experts believe that he is going to possibly end up pretty well with this lawsuit just off the fact that, you know, when you're locked up, your safety is in their hands. And apparently there's over a dozen instances where they allowed, you know, Tory to be in positions where he could have got severely hurt. Now, that's going to be so interesting because, you know, all these rappers love saying, oh, we turned down, I ain't go PC, I ain't pussy. Well, I think that's going to be the jail response. Like, nigga, you got stabbed because you didn't want to go to PC. We would have had you isolated from everybody. Matter of fact, we could just go to that right now, right? So, Tory Lanez is now suing the jail for $100 million. Okay, according to TMZ, and they're being a little bit facetious here. They're saying, I want $1 million per stab. They said he's suing over the prison stabbing that put him in the hospital. He's taking a whopping $100 million in damages. The rapper just filed a lawsuit against the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, and plus the warden and 50 correctional officers at the CCI in Tehachapi, where he was stabbed. If you don't remember, this is the graphic video of how the stabbing went down. Yeah. By the way, trigger warning. It's a little bit graphic here. It's a little bit graphic. I'm telling you, look like something is happening here. This is Tory and another guy getting into it, and the guy is just stabbing the shit out of Tory. You know, he looks like he's hitting him, but apparently he has some type of weapon. And he's stabbing Tory. Wow, that's kind of crazy. Tory is able to escape and run down the he's able to run down this steps, and apparently when he ran down, his shirt was ripped and he was already covered in blood. So in the documents obtained by TMZ, Tory was stabbed at least 16 times by a felon inmate wielding a shank in May 2025. He suffered permanent scarring to his face and 2 collapsed lungs. He claims that he was attacked by Santina Casillo, and he says the prison screwed up by housing them together. He said Casillo had a violent history and should have never been locked up near him due to his celebrity status, which he says makes him a target. Now, I'm going to tell you, what they're going to say is that we offered you to go on PC, and you didn't want to go on PC. So when you don't go on PC, you're going to get random inmates that's going to be in your cell. And saying the docs, Tory claims the warden, Danny Samuel, violated the protocols by housing him with Casillo. He alleges that prison staff were MIA during the stabbing and that it's not clear why their response was delayed. He claims that the prison showed deliberate indifference to foreseeable violence and says the prison guards failed to adequately protect him. What's more is that Tory claims that he was recovered in the hospital. His original songbooks contained unpublished lyrics were seized, as were with notes with his attorneys. He says the lyrics have substantial commercial value. Now, here's the thing. I don't know if he's going to be able to claim that, because when you're incarcerated, you're not really allowed to make a living without the approval. You're not allowed to technically work without the approval of the Bureau of Prisons or, California Correctional Institute or whatever. And since he was just recording music and dropping it in the free world, that's not work that they're going to value, or they're going to say, oh, the substantial commercial value of those lyrics means nothing since you shouldn't have been writing music or trying to write things to sell. Anyway, still Tory is suing for $100 million in damage, including a $1 million per stab and $10 million for facial scarring. He also wants his original songbooks returned. So we reach out to the CDCR. So far, no word on what will happen. This is the guy who stabbed him. Interesting. Our thoughts and prayers go out to Tory Lanez, but he is suing, and hopefully this turns into something, at least something positive for him. Tory deserves a win, man. He deserves some type of win, right? Oh, good. All right. Chat, let's get over the kick. We do have... Somebody sent me a dope thing to kind of watch. Give me a second. Which is it? Oh, actually, yeah. We're going to talk about this Finesse 2 Times thing real quick, and then we're going to get on to some other stuff. Finesse 2 Times, I don't know if you guys seen, and I'm actually all the way with him on this. Chat, kick.com/academics. Please meet me there. By the way, while we're having an intermission, have you got your tickets yet? Ticketmaster, DJ Academics, my birthday show at Gramercy Theater, May 15th. I am looking to see you there, whether you're in New York City, New Jersey, Connecticut, whether you're in Philadelphia, you're in Buffalo, Albany. I expect to see you guys there. A one-night extravaganza, one night only. Let's have a good time. There's still a good amount of tickets left. I see that there's still meet and greets, and I think there's one more ticket left in this section right here. Anyway, you guys could make sure, please cop your tickets. We are, how far away? We are 3 weeks away. 3 weeks away from this event. So, I'll have some special guests, but I always tell people, don't buy a ticket if you think I'm going to bring out who you think I'm going to bring out. Just buy a ticket if you're a chat nigga and you want to come support, right? We're going to have a good time, and this is how I've decided to celebrate my birthday every year with you guys. So it means a lot to me. Okay. Did you see what happened with Finesse 2 Times, chat? Finesse 2 Times get booked in Benton Harbor, Michigan. Anybody from Michigan in the building? Make some noise if you, well, not actually make some noise, like type in the chat. If you're from Michigan. And apparently he took a 3-hour flight there, and he said he was told by the promoter and the police that he had to get out his truck and walk 2 to 3 blocks just to get to the club he was going to perform. He says, who the fuck sent y'all? Jay Prince Jr.? Basically, he's saying he could see a setup from a mile away. He said, I got a mother of my child on federal probation. Oh, nah. He's like, it's not worth the risk. Rebook me and make sure it's more safe, and we're there. Fuck you talking about. It's like, it ain't going to be that easy. And I got to say, I agree with him. You book an artist, you know, he flies to your city, and you can't have him pull up to a back entrance. He got to walk 2 blocks. Chat, let me tell you this. You know, I was a DJ, and I learned from this one DJ who I was kind of did like an apprenticeship under him. His name is Banky Hype. Yo, salute to that guy. He's this really good and infamous dancehall DJ. He taught me one thing, and when I started working with him, he would do 3 parties a night. We'd do 1 party in Jersey and then go to New York and do 2 parties, right? And that's the beauty of New York. New York closed at like 5 o'clock. Jersey closed at 2. So sometimes we'll even do 4 in a night. He would just go there, spend an hour, pick up a check, go somewhere else, spend an hour, pick up a check, go across the bridge, and we go to 2 places. Let me say this about Banky Hype, or what I learned from him. What he told me, because I remember we used to go to New York, and like we're super late. You know, Jamaicans come out very late to clubs, and it's like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. And by the time we get to the club is completely packed. You know, he was one of those guys who performed at like, you know, when everybody's there. And he would just park right in front of the venue. He'll park on the sidewalk. He'll park in front of the hydrant. He'll double park. One thing he would never do, he would never park not in front of the venue. And I remember I used to say to him, I said, yo, why do you always like illegally park? Like, bro, like you always illegally park when we come here. And he said this to me, which was the smartest thing he's ever said. He said, yo, academics, let me tell you this. He's like, when you go to a club and you're a DJ, everybody went to that club, they paid their money to go in. They're leaving with less money than they have. The only person who's leaving with more money than they came in with is a DJ and a promoter. He's like, if you park, he said, I'd rather get a ticket than get shot. He said, if you park 2 blocks away or you park around the corner, there's going to be somebody that's in that club that's watching, and he going to meet you around the corner. He going to get that money off you. Okay? You park illegally, legal on the sidewalk, exactly outside the club. He taught me that lesson. I never got scared of a ticket ever after that, because he was right. You don't park down the street. You don't park down the street. You don't park around the corner. You know, you park 2 corners down into that dark. It is like a dark street with no. That's how you get robbed. I learned that lesson as a DJ. I still follow that to this day. Give me the ticket. Don't give me the bullet. Give me the ticket. Don't give me the bullet. That's how people get robbed. Because trust me, when you show up, there's a nigga who couldn't get in the party, because remember, it's packed to capacity. He's just outside. He's just outside and he's watching you. And he see you got to walk 2 blocks to get in. You know, you got to walk 2 blocks to get out. I also learned that lesson a hard way too. Back in the day, I'm DJing in college, and I was throwing the parties myself. And I got this team. This is how this idea of team, I later named my pages that Team Academics. So how it started. So what became the chat niggas was called Team Academics, but I had like my homies with me. So Team Academics was like a bunch of niggas who were all in college. I'm DJ Academics, but like the rest of them, they're promoters. Like we kind of just created a party squad. My nigga was a bartender. My other nigga was like, you know, a promoter, blah, blah. Anyway, we start throwing parties on campus. Reason why we started doing it, number one, it was the easy way to get bitches. Second of all the frats got suspended because like some chick got their ass whipped and snitched, right? So we started throwing parties. I did a rookie mistake, and I learned really quickly when I threw one of my first big parties. So I threw this big party, and the party was sold out. And I remember, you know, I had all these people working for me. I had 2 girls that was at the front that was collecting money to come in. I had my homies over there, they're making drinks. I got my other dude, he kind of like going through, he's just chopping up with everybody. He's like the promoter type guy. It's like everybody got their little role in like quote Team Academics. Now the doors close after a while because we're good. And they come to me and they're like, yo, they got the money box with all the money we collected that night. And I could tell the girls that we used to have, like, you know, kind of run the door. It's kind of like they're like, yo, the door is closed, da-da-da. Like, we already made all the money for the night. What are we going to do, right? And they brought the money to me. And I'm DJing at the time, right? But I'm the boss. I'm running all the show. And I'm like, and I just said the dumbest thing ever. Instead of actually saying, no, y'all stay with the money and stay or go in the back or something like that. I'm trying to have everybody have fun. I'm like, all right, it's cool. Like, we have an hour left or an hour and a half left of the party. Y'all did what you had to do. It's time to party now, right? So I told them, I don't know if I told them or they asked me to. Like, I had this Mazda, like my very first car. You guys have seen it before. I told them, I said, oh, just go put the money box in the back seat of my car underneath the seat. Worst decision ever, chat. So they go with security. They put the money box in my car underneath the fucking front seat. And they come back in and they start partying with us. I'm so excited when the party ends. I'm like, yes, like it was one of my first sold out parties that we had off campus. Not on campus, it was off campus. And I was like, yes. My enjoyment and my glee was instantly turned down when you know, now I'm like on a euphoric high and I'm walking out and like whatever. And when I get to my vehicle, I realize the back window of my car, you know, it was all tinted. I have 3% tint. Even it's double tinted, so it's limo double. It's actually 2.5. Anyway, so what actually happened is niggas broke in there and took the money box. Now, in hindsight, that was the dumbest thing I could have ever done. There was a bunch of people who didn't get into party because we're at Capacity Center. They were all hanging out outside. I had security escort these girls who collected the money. The money box is in hand, and they literally put it in my car and just lock the car and leave it like the glass could not be broken. Niggas took that shit. You get what I'm saying? And I learned that lesson too. Hey, you got to realize when you go to these events, sometimes it's not even the niggas that's there. It's the niggas that they're just parking lot pimping. They just be in the parking lot, or they're just out there like, you know, you go to some of these events, these niggas will just show up to the event just to check doors. Like, yo, let me see if this door open. Let me check. Like, they just keep walking by and just do some shit like this. So anyway, you know, pretty much we lost that money. Worst feeling ever when I realized that happened. But why did I tell you that? I tell you that to say, like, you know, you got to go with your gut, and this is, you learn shit being outside. You get me? Now, I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of promoters, they treat rappers like they're supermen. Like, they got 50 goons, they got 50 guns. That's the only reason why I could see why they would ask this guy to walk 2 blocks. Why? I'm not walking no fucking 2 blocks. If anything, you're supposed to have the police. Maybe you could say, oh, yo, your car can't park directly in front of it, but we could drop you off in front of it. You get me? And then when you're about to leave, we'll get in the car and they'll pick you up right in front of it. But the nigga parking 2 blocks or 3 blocks away, and he got to walk. He got all this jewelry on. He might have a backpack. People think he got money in it. Like, his girl got on like Louis V bag or whatever. Nah, fuck that. This is one of those times I agree with Finesse 2 times. So anyway, this is how he pulls up. You know, and that's why he says, yo, when they tell him, yo, you could park 3 blocks away, he's like, yo, what in the setup is this? Is this some J Prince Jr. shit? Look. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. The moment I see people standing on the car like that, I'm good.
We were scheduled to be here at 1:30 at 1:15. It was 1:30 on the contract. All right, we pushed it up a little bit. Okay, but this should have been clear.
It's out of control.
Yeah, no.
Hey, load up.
They lied though, but shit, it's too live to the point we can't even get to the show. We can't even get to the show. I love y'all, Michigan, but shit, I came, I saw, I did my part. Look, wrong down the wrong side of the street. This shit finna go on. We can't even look at this shit. We can't even.
Yeah, this is probably the equivalent of, you know, that one bad bitch that come from like, you know, she live in like a bad town. She said, pull up on me. You pull up and you see a horde of niggas that just like is sitting out there by the ground level by where the elevator and the entrance is at, and you got to walk through all of them just to go upstairs to get some pussy. And after a while, you're like, man, this shit ain't worth it. Yeah. That's a fact. It ain't worth it, bro. It ain't worth it.
You can't even. What the
This is crazy.
Then when we get back on the street, we ain't gonna be able to get back turned around for real, bro. It's looking crazy.
We making this left turn on the street right now.
Promoters ain't shit.
And they be having the nerve to want a nigga to put them on flyers and shit.
We do all kind of extracurriculum shit.
Security, they security not doing. No, I ain't seen the security yet.
Diddy blocked the street. I know that.
No, Diddy gonna block your off. So.
You over here by these police officers?
The way they got this shit, we can't even.
It's one way in, one way out.
One way in, one way out.
Yo, that's the realest reaction. One way in, one way out. Ah, hell nah. I'm good.
This is crazy.
What the fuck? So ain't there another way we can get through this shit?
These two lanes.
What the?
Yeah, at least block off one side of the street so we can come down there.
The way they got this shit, we can't even.
It's one way in, one way out.
One way in, one way out.
That's a J Prince trick bag right there. Like, yo, that nigga for sure. Yeah, I'm out of here. Catch you later.
What the fuck?
He made the right decision.
So ain't there another way we can get through this shit?
These two lanes.
What the?
Yeah, at least block off one side.
Yeah, we finna roll though.
Yeah, we here.
This motherfucker lit though. Yeah. This bitch off there. What the fuck going on down here?
Alright. Yeah, we finna roll though.
Yeah, we here.
This motherfucker lit though. Yeah. This bitch off there. What the fuck going on down here?
Alright.
I just want to say I support Finesse 2 Times' decision to basically dip. You know, in a time right now where you can't trust no one, I think your safety got to be of utmost importance. And I think it was very important that he chose himself and his girl rather than put himself in a situation where, you know, he has to trust some wild card situation where somebody jumps out on him, somebody's trying to get some clout, or, you know, shit. You know, somebody's trying to rob his ass. Like, for real, for real. All right. Anyway. All right, chat. We on kick. Matter of fact, I'm about to load up this video. This video, I heard this is a good one. Ooh, I like this. Chat, y'all seen this? They said, do y'all like these true crime joints? It says, how police captured Colorado's smartest killer. Did y'all see this before? $23 million views? Oh, nah, this gotta be good. 23 million views in 4 months. Oh, nah, this gotta be good. All right, we're gonna put this to speed 1.10 or 1.1. Chat, come on over to kick. Come over to kick, please, 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 please.